I'm not the type of person who has an easy time with multitasking like 90% of Gen Z is good at doing for some reason. I'm the type of person who can only focus on one thing at a time, and it's quite debilitating at times. It's to the point where I end up avoiding a lot of anime or media that I think I would enjoy, simply because I fear that I don't have the time for it like I did when I was a kid. For example, I'll just give you a small example of what I mean when I say this. Last year, I really got into solitaire, to the point where I played it for 3 days straight. And when I say 3 days, I mean I'd wake up, play solitaire till 1 a.m, go to sleep, wake up, play solitaire till 1 a.m, and I did that for 3 days. And when I was done, I wasn't really sure what I used to do with my free time before I got into solitaire. The same thing happened when I relearned how to play chess. Beginner level chess. I got so addicted to playing beginner level chess, I played it against my laptop for a week. And then when I was done, once again, I didn't know what I used to do before I started playing chess. So I usually avoid a lot of different forms of media because I fear that I'll get so absorbed into it to the point that I'll neglect my obligations and real life responsibilities and thus ruin my life. Garten of Banban. Garten of Banban is a game that was first teased on the 24th of November 2022. This would mark the beginning of one of the most interesting mascot horror games to have ever popped up on the internet. I mean, like at this point, I don't know what's gonna happen in the future. Let me recount the tale of how I got into Garten of Banban and became so addicted to it to the point where it has consumed both my channels. What the fuck is this, dog? What are we doing? What are we doing? It was 2023, of course, and I was watching YouTube like I do every single day. Every single day, I'm watching YouTube. It's terrible. I was watching a slew of FNAF video essays because I usually do that when I have nothing to watch. It didn't even matter what these guys were saying. I just needed some background noise. Suddenly, I get recommended this video by this guy named Uhyeah. That's actually a good name, even though I'm not really a fan of this. I get recommended a video by this guy named Uhyeah, and I see in this thumbnail this big green looking guy, and it kind of looks like this one game that MatPat made a theory about. But since I didn't actually watch that theory because the game looked stupid, I didn't know that they were two different games. So I click on it thinking it's the same game, and I figured that, you know what, hey, maybe if someone else is talking about it, it's actually really good. Okay, so fast forward to me watching the end of the video, and I'm not gonna lie, I was really confused. This dude is talking about a meme on Twitter that I have never seen before, and I spend 12 hours a day minimum on Twitter. Twitter is my home, even though it's pretty dog shit right now. So I go on Twitter, I search up this game or whatever, and what the hell? I just see people hating on Garten of Banban, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck? People are the art is trash, the designs are trash, the game is trash, all of it is trash. Okay, so I go back to YouTube, and I decide what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna watch those no commentary, full gameplay, no death, 4K, 365, full gameplay, whatever the fuck videos, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. And after watching the first video on the first game, yeah, this game is trash. It's just not good. So what essentially happens in gobb 1 is wander around for a bit. I guess you pick up a paper. I'm not sure. I don't remember. You kick a couple of chairs if you like. Then you feed eggs to some chicken. And then the chicken chases you. Then you kill the chicken. Then you go about your day. The end. Oh yeah, okay. You get attacked. The end. So I don't think I have to tell you my thoughts on this game, but I'll do it anyways. My exact thoughts at the time were just, wow, this is such a nothing burger of a game. I mean, nothing happens. You just wander around for a bit and then you get chased by a big bird, I guess. But overall, nothing actually happens. So at this point, I'm like, okay, how is this game bad? Like I can see how it's bad, but I can't quite see what people are so up in arms about. Like, I feel like, why would such a nothing burger of a game get so popular? More specifically, why is everyone so upset about it? Like, the hate was so intense, it was getting to the point where I was thinking to myself, man, what did the Euphoric brothers do to make them niggas that mad? Like, I thought they were pedophiles. I was like, they have got to be pedophiles, because what are people so angry about? So I go back to the pits of hell and I read exactly what it is that people are getting mad about. Like, I read tweets, read every blah 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 blah, and the answer is nothing. People are upset about nothing. Okay. It's not that simple. I mean, there were a lot of critiques being thrown around, and I'm gonna try and address everything that like happened in 2023. So what I think I'm gonna call this section is, I'm gonna call it the mark of Twitter, because that's the main location for internet drama to take place. That and Discord. Some of it was on Reddit, but who gave a fuck? This next segment is going to be so difficult to record. Okay, please believe me when I say I'm not trying to kick up any drama between the Eupho Bros and their critics. I'm aware that they're all friends now. They squashed the beef. It's all good in the neighborhood. I just need to address this because I don't think it should have gone down the way that it did. I'm gonna start with yeah, then I'm gonna like go to other people's, and I'm gonna like loop back around to yeah, like a sandwich, because you know. So remember I said that the first time I ever heard about Garten of Banban was when I was watching yeah, and I thought he was like talking about a completely different game. Yeah, this video dropped on the 24th of January and I watched it around the 26th of January, whereas Uhyeah's tweet that blew up this entire game to begin with dropped on the 7th of January, one day after Garten of Banban dropped. Which means not only was I late to the party, but it's also kind of like, you're telling me they dropped a game and then one day after the game, like, they didn't even get a chance. You didn't even give them a chance. But wait a minute. I'm getting ahead of myself. What exactly happened in Uhyeah's video, the video that kind of started this whole thing? Well, TLDR, the video is just about how he made Garten of Banban unintentionally big, you know, by tweeting that tweet or whatever, and then he criticizes the bros for a bit, and out of nowhere he like starts glazing himself, and you know, just a couple of, you know, padding, runtime padding, and then that's it. That's the whole video. There's literally nothing in the video. It's a nothing burger video. But there are like a couple of things in that video that I did have a problem with, and I do have a problem with, and I'm not sure if anyone's checked him on these statements. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but fuck it, my nigga, I'm gonna do it anyways. At 4:55, he says something like, the game was a calculated move to try and take over the YouTube algorithm.
There is pretty much no trying to hide it here. This game was a calculated move to try to take over the YouTube algorithm.
Which is just like, brah. I don't know if anyone's like, you know, paid attention to what he said, but this doesn't make any fucking sense. If the free game is trash, don't you think that nobody's gonna wanna pay for the real thing? And if that is the case, I don't see how that's a calculated move. It's kind of foreshadowing for the kind of mentality that the internet will take with Garten of Banban in the future, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's stick to the script. The second thing I think that's weird about this statement is just like I think he said something like they're gonna capitalize on the game or something. I don't remember.
The game being free means more people can play it, and the higher chance it has to take over YouTube and get exposure and popularity that way. Once those seeds are planted, they can easily capitalize monetarily in the future.
I'm sorry, this segment is gonna be so difficult. And then another thing he says, I think he said something like they're gonna capitalize on the game. And if that's the case, like, we're assuming that the bros made a game for them to capitalize off of. Even that doesn't really sound like a calculated move, because once again, if the game is trash, who's gonna buy the game? And if you think the game is trash, don't buy the game. So then it's like, how are we gonna capitalize if no one is buying a game? And then number 3, how do you know? How do you know? How do you know if passion was put into the game? They've made games before this, right? And they'll probably continue to make games after this. So who's to say that this one game is the one game that they're less passionate about compared to their other entries? I'm just not sure how the hell you know this. Okay, so this is like the first portion of the video. He goes on to talk about whatever, blah, 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 doesn't matter. And then at 10:50, the second thing that he says, I think he says something like, this game tricked everybody.
All of this Twitter discourse leads into the title of the video. This game tricked everybody, from every angle.
Which, what the hell does that even mean, y'all?
And here's how. First off, the simple basic monster designs, mixed with the similar traits from Rainbow Friends and Poppy Playtime, made this a prime game for YouTubers, who do nothing but play these kinds of games. And hey, nothing against the grind.
He says that simple designs are attractive to playtubers, which is like, okay, now what? Are we as a nation no longer allowed to use, simple designs because playtubers are gonna play them? I'm not really sure what he was trying to get across. I just don't get it.
I'm specifically talking with the people on Twitter, the people who watch content like mine, who are more than likely older than 4 years old. Garten of Banban was able to trick many people on Twitter into thinking the game was made ironically.
No, yeah, gobb did not trick anyone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this dude says that he's above the age of 7, but the logic that he's using is just so terrible. The game didn't trick anyone to doing anything that they didn't want to do. The game didn't use, exploitative tactics or play 3D chess or whatever the fuck. It was just a game and it dropped and you guys just kind of turned it into something else. And yeah, this video is such a great shining example of the kind of mentality that people were using to go against Garten of Banban. Mentality that doesn't make sense and has no legs to stand on. Even if some of these things are true, you just have to come back and ask yourself, so what, my guy? Okay, this video is dog water. It should have never been taken seriously, like, ever. I'm surprised he still has it up. But he did say something interesting about MadPat, which I'll totally bring up later. And then at 12:55, he says something like this.
In the end, the true winners here are the Euphoric brothers. They got their big hit, and while it's the most uninspired, mindless game ever made, in the end, they still won.
Very interesting thing to say about the first game, the first entry of a series. But okay, fine. Beekeeper will remember that. Yeah. Overall, this video is tame, I guess. The critiques are hollow and don't really mean much of anything, and I'm not sure why he glazed himself for like 8 million years, but it's okay because it's his channel. He can do whatever he wants on it. It doesn't matter. Now remember, I'm not gonna go through every single anti-banban video ever in the world. I'm only talking about this video because this is where I started on my journey, and also because it's the tone that the internet would take for gobb, as I've said a million times at this point. So every single critique I'll be covering from here onwards are critiques that I see floating around the internet, mostly Twitter, and it's critiques that I personally don't think are very good or very helpful. I'm not gonna talk about critiques that are valid because that's fucking stupid. I'm just gonna talk about the critiques that are really like, what even are you people saying? And the interesting thing about these critiques is that although some of them I got from back in 2023, a decent amount of these critiques are still being thrown in the brothers' faces till this day. That's why I'm covering them all in some like giant, like batch. And the first critique is that it's a cash grab. I mean, more power to you if you enjoy these games. I just cannot see a single redeemable factor from these games. they feel extremely cash grabby. I'm just gonna nip this in the bud right now. Cash grab, what does that mean? The pursuit of quick profits, often through unethical or low quality means. So I'm just gonna assume that when the internet says that, they mean that something was made purely to sell products. But how the hell would you know if something is a cash grab after only seeing the first title? If I said modern FNAF, Bendy, or Poppy, or cash grabs, would you agree? No, I feel like you guys would beg to differ because your argument would fall somewhere in the lines of there's more to these games than just the merch that they sell. There's a story to tell. So I don't understand that why when it comes to Garten of Banban, for some reason they're just doomed to be a cash grab from start to finish. Remember when I said that I wouldn't bring up the time period that a critique first shows up unless it was relevant? This critique is being dropped on the 7th of March, as in 7th of March 2025. Like, this means 8 games into the series and still it's being painted as a game that only exists to be a cash grab. Like, what more do the brothers need to do to convince you guys that it's not just that? In fact, why do you say that like it's a bad thing? If people wake up and choose to spend money on something that they like, who the hell are you to tell them what to spend money on? So what if they want to sell toys to kids? Is it really so bad? If that's what people want to do, that's what people want to do. Policing people's interests doesn't make you look as enlightened as you think it does. Unless you're saying that making something with the main goal of making money from it is inherently bad, well, in that case, I think it's much more complex than that, but I'm not going to address that here because this isn't a philosophy channel. There's no soul. Once again, I beg to differ. This criticism first popped up when Chapter 1 had just dropped. Remember, Chapter 1 where literally nothing happens and people swear on their lives that there's no soul behind the game. Keep in mind, I actually bothered to check the dates on these things. The internet has a serious problem with patience. Remember when I said that, is judging an entire game series based on only the first entry? Beekeeper. Do you know what patience means? It means waiting. How about we just wait and see? Seriously, 80% of these critiques I'm digging up are from games 1 and 2 alone. But I'm sorry, I'm drifting away to some other territory. Let's get back to the no soul thing. At this point in time, we've only seen about 1 hour 30 minutes of content, and yet people were still making sweeping judgments about the entire series just based on one tiny pool of information. It only took Game 3's dream sequence to get some people to do a double take and rethink their opinion on the game and its devs. Garten of Banban is an ever-evolving series, but people talk about it like they fucking know everything, and honestly, I don't understand why people do that. Game 1 and Game 0 are almost 2 completely different genres entirely. Can you honestly tell me that you could have predicted that from Game 1? No, you couldn't. Don't lie. And if you can't even wait 1 month for Game 2 to drop, why would anyone take this criticism seriously, let alone act like it's gospel? Are you seriously gonna watch the I know you can scene and then say that the game has no soul and the devs don't care? Nah man, that just ain't it. It really makes me wish Banban was a bait and switch series where it becomes an actually good horror game with great characters, but it doesn't look like that'll ever happen. This is on the 8th of March, 2025, after gobb 0 has dropped. So it's telling me that this no soul critique just kind of continues no matter how many games have dropped. Game 1, people said that it had no soul, even though that was the first game and we wouldn't be able to tell. Game 3, people swear it still has no soul, and now we're all the way to Game 8. We're getting to Game 8 and people swear it has no soul still. Even after some really cool moments in the game that do show that it does have soul, it seems like people don't care at all. Its plot is uninspired. This is another criticism that first popped out in the early stages of Garten of Banban around games 1 and 2, when we still had no story to work with. I mean, how would you know if a plot is uninspired if we have yet to see the plot unfold? Banban doesn't even tell us his name is Uthman until chapter 4, my guy. Like, what the fuck is this criticism? But hold on there, buddy. I already know what you're gonna say. we've seen this concept a million times already. So the fuck what, bruh? So the fuck what? Because believe it or not, you guys actually like this sort of thing. Don't act like you don't. Don't act like mascot horror isn't popular because of this concept. FNAF started it. It was a success. Bendy continued it. It was a success. Poppy popularized it, and it was a smash hit. And now Indigo Park is doing something similar, and guess what? People are excited for Indigo Park. Face it, you guys don't care if something's uninspired. You were just upset because the game wasn't that great, and it still ended up as a smash hit. But then, okay, wait, I feel like you're probably gonna say something like they're just jumping on a trend. I was really confused thinking, what game are they talking about? But to no one's surprise, it's Garten of Banban. Ass game just trying to make a quick buck just cause mascot horror is getting popular quickly with younger audiences. Please tell me, how exactly is that a problem? So the fuck what if they did it just because mascot horror is popular? Is there some sort of mysterious application process where only some people qualify to hop on what's popular? Or are you saying that they don't have a love for mascot horror and that's why they're not allowed to jump onto a trend? And if that's the point that you're trying to make, once again, how do you know? These guys make games, they like to make games. It doesn't matter the genre, they like to make games. Fuck it, they made Egghead Gumpty before Garten of Banban, and that game's popularity doesn't even come close to Garten of Banban's popularity, and still, they didn't immediately give up on the mascot horror genre. They just carried on business as usual. So if that's not enough for you to prove that they're not just doing something and then dropping it and doing something new, what standards and procedures should a person have to go through to qualify to make a mascot horror game? Because it seems as if you can't just wake up someday and make a mascot horror game. No, you have to go through the trials and tribulations set by the internet. Like what? Please tell me, because I would like to know how this application process works. It's predatory. I actually hope these guys get, oh Jesus. I'm tired of gassing up the exploitation of children. Blah, 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 blah. Who gave a fuck? What does that mean? What does that mean? Let's Google that. Exploitation. The action or fact of treating someone unfairly in order to benefit from their work. Okay, I don't know what that has to do with... Okay, let's just assume that this person was trying to say that the game is predatory. And I'll just search up predatory business practices, because what else could this person be talking about? Predatory business practices involve unfair or deceptive actions used by businesses that exploit customers, often targeting vulnerable populations or using manipulation tactics to gain an unfair advantage, blah, 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 blah. Okay, what the fuck does this have to do with Garten of Banban? I'm really trying my best to meet you guys halfway, but these complaints do not make any sense. Ferris and Geppo are two random dudes who make games because it's their passion. How in the hell is that predatory?
Actually, it's exploiting the children.
How? How is it exploiting children?
It's making these games that children want to play, therefore tricking them into playing.
What? Oh my god, that's so fucked up and evil. Seriously? Like, get real. What kind of an argument is that? I don't understand how making something that people will want to play is predatory or exploitative or all these big words that you guys like to use, like saying that something was manufactured specifically for a group of people to want to have it. Yeah, it's called designing a product. Like, we are living in the end times. To me, this whole situation just kind of comes off as a Hanlon's razor situation, where it's people attributing something that could easily be explained as like stupidity or ignorance as just pure malice. If billionaires can do whatever the fuck, then a guy making stupid slop games from his home has the right to make money. Doesn't matter the quality, someone still spent time making it. Do they not deserve compensation? Plus, sorry to say, but quality is subjective. And I actually agree, Wild Goose. Like, you have AAA studios making games like FIFA just because they know there's a group of people that want to play those games, and that's normal or whatever. But then when people that are like indie or whatever do it, some reason they're like super duper evil. I'm not really sure what exactly people are complaining about. It's bad quality and they made a better Garten of Banban in a week. I think the internet is sick. The sky is blue. Wait, let me explain what I mean by that. When I say that I feel like the internet is sick, what I'm trying to say is that I feel like the internet has a serious problem with something I'm gonna start calling quality creep. Back in ye days of old, an animation, comic, or game didn't have to be high quality to justify its existence. People just made stuff because that's what they want to do and there wasn't a huge fuss about it. Didn't matter the quality. If people want to play your thing, people want to play the thing. And if someone wants to make something, they were allowed to make it. But this guy, he made like a better Garten of Banban in a week. So what? We know next to nothing about the Eupho brothers' real lives. We don't know their personal obligations or responsibilities. We don't know what their schedule looks like when they make these games. I don't even think we know their majors in university, which is a good thing if you ask me. Even if it comes out today that they really were just sitting on their asses doing less than nothing, that still doesn't justify how people treated them back then because we didn't know that back then. My point still stands. But beekeeper, okay, wait. There's another sickness that the internet suffers from, and it's overachievement syndrome. People are defending Garten of Banban for being made by two bros. May I remind you that 𝗜𝗡-𝗗𝗘 Charles was made by one person. So since I don't live in a okay, side note, before I even explain this, I'll never forget, oh, you guys were so evil back then. I'll never forget how people were praying for the Eupho brothers to get sued for adding 𝗜𝗡-𝗗𝗘 Charles in like gobb 3 or something, which is like, why would you pray for them to get sued? Like, why are you all so evil? What? Okay, so I don't live in a damn bubble all of the time, and I can see things aren't always so black and white. There's much more to game dev than what you see in your precious mascot horror community. Any aspiring solo game dev will tell you that this shit ain't easy.
But to be honest, this was really demoralizing. Like, I truly felt like an idiot. Like I had wasted weeks of my life and I didn't know if I was even cut out for game development at all. Like, if I can't even watch a tutorial and have any of it sink in, then maybe I'm not cut out to do this. Maybe I should stick to what I know.
Every single game dev breakdown video I've ever watched makes sure to emphasize that making a good game isn't an easy thing to do, and you will fall on your face many times before you make something decent. I'm telling you now, you can go on any game dev community or watch any game dev videos on YouTube and they'll all say the exact same thing. Your first 5 or 8 games will be trash before you can make something decent because game dev is hard. I'm not saying it's impossible to make a good game as a solo dev. I'm saying expecting people to make a great game just because they aren't a solo dev is ridiculous and shouldn't be the standard. Listen, were the bros a little overambitious with Garten of Banban? Yes. But that doesn't mean we should beat them down for trying to do it anyway. That's not very helpful. I mean, isn't this literally what happened to Scott Cawthon? Scott was 36 when Five Nights at Freddy's took off. Despite making games since the early 2000s, his game took off in 2014. He was literally about to quit game dev. That's literally what's happening with the bros right now. They're still in the growing pains of becoming good game developers. The only difference is that they have millions of eyes watching their every move. Why can't you guys give the Eupho brothers a break and let them spread their wings and fly? Why must you be so evil, vindictive, and cruel? Just give them a chance. Like, calm the fuck down. They have bad model topology. Oh hell. As somebody who just learned to 3D model for my own personal reasons that I will not be exploring, it's really not as simple as the MH community makes it out to seem. Watching you guys clown on a couple of dudes for their bad models when having bad mesh topology is a very common issue in the 3D modeling community was seriously heinous. Like, making fun of someone for being bad at something that a majority of people struggle with is not the own that you think it is. I mean, if I remember very well, I think the dude who even started that whole thread thing did offer to help the bros with their topology, but I feel like, dude, how are you gonna embarrass me in front of the whole fucking world and then pull up in the end and be all like, oh no, you know, I can actually, it's like, no, dude, it's totally up and it's stuck forever. What? They were assholes, and I remember that they literally banned every Brazilian from their Discord server because they got beef with that one Brazilian YouTuber. Also, they're incredibly petty. What? Okay, that was just... What? That's just a fucking lie. Why is... What? Okay, first of all, what really happened was... But I feel like, how can people even just go around lying like that? That's not what happened.
Oh my God! Derek, stop doing. Get up!
It's ruining mascot horror. What? Y'all, what is this? What is this criticism? Please. This is ruining this. This is ruining this. Like, let's get real. How? How is one game ruining an entire genre? One game cannot ruin an entire genre. Maybe we'll have some people thinking along the lines of, oh, if other games see how successful Banban is, they'll start making low quality games too. Which, in that case, how about we just fucking wait and see? Jesus. I didn't understand this critique because people are trying to punish a game for something that they haven't even done, for consequences that haven't even happened yet. You're angry at Garten of Banban for something that hasn't even happened yet, and it's been 2 years since that criticism first dropped, and yet I still haven't seen any other low quality game become as big as Garten of Banban, so I'm still waiting for this critique to actually hold water. It takes attention away from other games. It's more like a complaint than a critique. I feel like being a fan of Banban shit would be reasonable if there weren't other games with infinitely more effort being put into them that deserve so much more attention. Orbo's Exodus. Orbo's... That name is so funny. Orbo's Exodus is a much more fun and interesting game, yet you people spend your money on the same fucking thing over and over again knowing it's garbage. First of all, there's two ways to counter this dog shit opinion, and this goes to everybody who thinks in this manner, not just the person in the tweet. 1. People can like more than one thing at a time. Like, wow, don't even piss me off, bro. Are you honest to God telling me that people aren't allowed to or cannot like more than one thing or two things at a time? Is that what you're implying when you throw this ludicrous statement at my face? Don't make me laugh. This isn't Minecraft where you can only pick one horror game to play and the rest fade into nothingness for the end of the time. You can pick, buy, and play more than one game at a time. At any time of the day, during any time of the year, unless you're like broke or something. Am I not allowed the freedom that should come with being a human being? Freedom to choose when it's time for an introspective horror game experience versus when, oh my god, versus when it's time to bang with the band gang. Like, what the fuck? Nigga, don't hate me just because I can play whatever the hell I want and what I want to play is different from what you want to play. Like, how the hell is that my problem? Speaking of which, point number 2, how the hell is this our fault? This level of entitlement is madness. You're telling me that you hate me and you hate the devs because the thing that I like isn't the thing that you like and therefore it's unfair? Do you hear yourself right now? Internet, do you hear how you sound? If I want to play Garten of Banban, it's because I want to play Garten of Banban. If I want to play Poppy, it's because I want to play Poppy. And if I want to play Bendy, it's because I want to play Bendy. If someone wants to play something, it's because they want to play that specific thing. Nobody watches those Garten of Banban chapter 182 videos that float around YouTube because they're in the mood to play FNAF. They watch those videos because they want more Garten of Banban, so stop bitching about there being other games to play even if they are better, because it doesn't even address the original issue, which was that I want to play this specific game and your solution is to play another game. Like, how does that solve my problem? It didn't deserve to get big, which is also more of like another complaint than a critique. It's like perfectly fine to like the game itself, but of all the franchises to ride or die for, why would you choose this one? Especially when the only reason behind its massive popularity is its ironic humor. Oh my fucking god, bro. Again, don't tell me what I'm allowed to like and what I'm not allowed to like. Obviously, I agree that we should never praise things that are clearly intended to poison the well. I know that and I agree, but in the context of Garten of Banban, this complaint is null and void. What makes it so undeserving of its decently sized popularity? What? Is it the fact that it's kinda cute and funny? Or is it the fact that with each new entry, the brothers improve in quality? What about these factors makes it so undeserving of its current level of popularity, which isn't even like that big if you actually take time and actually analyze the situation and compare it to its competitors, if I can even call them that? Is it the simplistic art style, or is it because the game devs are still inexperienced? Like, what is it among these things that makes it so undeserving of attention? Seriously, let's just get over ourselves, because I swear this is the exact same situation as when cartoon critics tell kids that they aren't allowed to like Teen Titans Go or Minions or Trolls, and then if you ask them why, they say, oh, just because I said so. Because honestly, I don't know what point in life people decided that something isn't allowed to exist or get big unless it's perfection reincarnated or philosophically deep or whatever the fuck. Like, okay, whatever. Maybe I'm tripping. There was a merch link in the menu. Don't buy the merch. It copies Poppy Playtime. 2 different games. It's mascot horror slop. Oh my god, I'm so sick and tired of the word slop. Like, what does that even mean? Why can't they hire someone else to make the games with all that money? Because that defeats the purpose of wanting to become a game dev. The gameplay is trash. I don't care. The characters are bland. I don't care. Like, the character designs are bland. I don't care. Wait. I actually have a bone to pick with this particular take. I'm gonna address the character designs later in the video, but for now, I just want to put it from this perspective. Have any one of you guys 3D modeled before? Yes? No? Okay. Imagine creating a design on paper. You do the things, but then you forgot you actually have to 3D model and rig this thing later on. Now what, my guy? You have this complicated character design with all these cool features and trinkets and whatever, completely forgetting that you are a beginner level 3D modeler and you have to make this thing real. Are they really set to be burned to death just because they aren't able to create detailed models or detailed character designs? Is that actually fair? Like, I really believe that this corner of the internet is filled with some seriously immature adult children, because I think it's weird that you guys expect the studio level quality from random people on the internet. I've 3D modeled Nab before, and that shit was so hard. It took me like 4 days to model one character, and he is the skinniest character of all of them, and it still took me 4 days because I was always doing something wrong. Now imagine a beginner level modeler and they have to model like 10 of those characters, and those characters come with detailed designs. Are you joking me? And no, just because other people can model 10 highly detailed characters in maybe under a week or so doesn't mean it's normal. Once again, overachievement syndrome. You guys are acting like spoiled brats, especially since this genre is already brimming with such creative, bombastic character designs, and you want more? You're acting like you're going to starve. You'll be okay. It's not normal for someone to be multi-talented. It's not a normal thing for someone to be good at audio design, good at character design, good at game design, good at coding, good at this, good at that, being multi-talented is only something that started to happen recently, and even then, I don't believe it should be the standard, because let's just face it, some people are just better at other things than other people are at those things, and on top of that, some people just prefer to do certain things over other things. I can just tell that these guys are probably more used to doing the coding and the whatever the hell else goes behind a game design than they are used to doing the visuals of it, and that's fine. You shouldn't have to be perfect at everything to have your work be acknowledged. So are you saying that people shouldn't try and make their designs unique? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that people should be more mindful of the things that they choose to complain about and not paint things with such a broad brush. This stuff isn't easy, no matter how much the indie scene makes it out to be. They could go back and make the craziest character designs known to man, but would they be able to optimize them? Would they be able to animate them? Would they be able to rig them? The voice acting is bland. I am utterly astounded that they were so determined to rush out this tripe that one of the devs sounding like he's talking to his boring grandmother on the phone was seen as a suitable voice for the main character.
Did you just what?
What the fuck, Exploshi? I cannot even believe you. Oh my gosh. Something about Garten of Banban that always makes me crash out. It's when people complain about Banban's voice. Dude, I will get to this critique later in the video, just you wait. But in the meantime, I'm gonna say, as someone who made a cartoon on my first channel the other year, and I had to voice act, that shit was so hard. It was like a punishment, if you ask me. So please, internet, don't dunk on people trying their best, because guess what? They're trying their best. They get mad when people refund their games.
I'm gonna murder you. I'm gonna come into your house one night while you're asleep. I'm gonna cut your throat. This isn't a joke. You're gonna die.
Okay, out of everything that I've addressed so far, these were all the critiques that I saw floating around Twitter. And this is one of the critiques that I have to say I really do not understand the most. Should I even have to explain why this doesn't make sense? If you complain that they're doing it for the money, and then you do shit like this.
So, back, exit, quit. Are you sure? Yes? We've done it, everybody. We've done it. We have done it. I am refunding this.
You are part of the problem, and honestly worse in my opinion. Sorry, Peg, I love your content, but this is not it, fam. Not only is this a dick move and hypocritical, like you want to make money but they can't, but also you're once again bringing attention to the series you all so vehemently claim to hate. You say that we, the fans and average citizens of the internet, should not be bringing attention to this game series, and yet there are videos of this series by the dozens, by YouTubers who despise this game with the main goal of getting views from these videos, aka making money. But no, none of it should go to the bros, right? The guys that actually made the game, nah, they shouldn't get shit. Also, let's address this video. Which video? This video. This video. Let's also address this video because I think it's another perfect example of how the internet was thinking back in 2023.
Being a game developer can be hard. Anything you put out can be criticized by absolutely everyone who comes into contact with it, and people often don't realize how much work you put in. If you choose to release a game on Steam, they have a consumer safety feature that allows users to refund any game they've played for less than 2 hours. So sometimes people can even buy your game and you won't get paid for it. Being a YouTuber has the exact same challenges. Anything you do and make is open to criticism from anyone, and people can even consume the content you create without you getting paid. About 20% of all views aren't monetized due to people using ad blockers. so we don't get any money for those views. Only we just deal with it. I'm grateful people enjoy my content, and you'll never hear me or my friends complain if you use an ad blocker. In fact, if you want to, your best bet is uBlock Origin. Choosing to be a game developer or a YouTuber comes with these consequences: built-in consumer safety refund features, and avoiding watching ads. What you have to do in these positions is ignore the outright hate, take in the constructive criticism, and better yourself and product where you can, and appreciate everyone that's good to you.
Don't compare apples to oranges to me. Comparing game dev to streaming and YouTube is kinda ridiculous if you ask me. So what if you're okay with people using ad blocks on your videos? Are you now above everyone else who would actually mind something like that being done to them just because you and your friends do it? That's ridiculous and unreasonable.
I know many of you happily sit through ads on my videos or get YouTube Premium because you want to support me. And that's what makes me want to always improve and keep making good content despite any criticism or monetary setbacks.
Don't try and overlay your arbitrary rules and regulations on the rest of society. Let's face it, you wouldn't be doing YouTube as much as you do if 100% of your audience use their ad blockers. You need the money, and that's fine.
They've chosen to cry on Twitter about Steam features and insult my friends.
Oh my god, your poor friends.
Wah, wah, wah.
Like, you literally made a video for over 100,000 people to watch, insulting these dudes, and you're worried about 2 dudes insulting Uhyeah versus the 4,000 people insulting those 2 guys. Yeah, okay, buddy.
Obviously, refunding a game on Steam is not scummy behavior. In fact, it specifically exists to protect against scummy game developer practices. It sure isn't the consumer's fault that your game is so short that anyone trying to get the most of it still can't find 2 hours worth of content. I can again compare this to streaming, where people can subscribe to me for about $6 on Twitch. There are many people who have watched me for hundreds of hours and never given me a cent. Good. Their money is their own. They can watch me forever, for free, without any obligation to sub. That's what I opted into as a streamer. As a Steam game developer, you have opted into allowing anyone to refund before 2 hours of playtime. It's pitiful to assume they owe you $6 for a half-baked game, and it's scummy to call them out on it.
No, simplifying a situation is actual scummy behavior. When you think about it, you guys play these games knowing that you won't like them. You make 100 times the amount that you spend, and you still refund the game on stream, all for what? For views? You hop onto the Eupho Bros games to give you some easy content, making you enough money for you to do it all over again, and then you don't want to at least even cough up the $5.
David Barron and Uhyeah, even though they're YouTubers, are also individual consumers who reserve the same rights as everyone else. So you just have to suck it. Second, they didn't make any money during their stream because of your crummy game. They made money because they created content for people to enjoy. They probably would have made much more money playing anything else, because frankly, our audiences mostly don't care for your game.
If you're so confident that people are here for your friends' personalities, why don't you make all these videos that you make about gobb, where you talk about your thoughts on the games without any visuals from the game? Let's see how well that goes for you. Your friends are playing the game because it was a trend. And when something is a trend, that's because people care to search it up. So don't even try and downplay gobb's role in this whole situation. It's a 50-50 split. People won't be here without the one thing, just the same way as people won't be here without the other thing. So, yeah. Thank you, Astralspit. I'll keep what you said in mind. Finally, to close this off, you all, and I'm talking about everybody on the internet, I'm not just talking about Astralspit. You all have no right to tell people what they are and aren't allowed to make money off of. as long as whatever they produce is 100% theirs. You don't know people's backgrounds, what situations they're in, or what that money could do for them in their lives. Even if it comes out today that the Euphoric brothers are a couple of spoiled rich white guys who sit on their asses all day and made money out of nothing, you didn't know that back then, and we still don't know that now. So my point still stands. God, I fucking hate that video, you know? So yeah, that was most of the criticisms and critique that I would see being thrown at the brothers on Twitter. Some of that stuff even till this day. And I don't know, I felt like, just like I told you guys about the whole segment where I was just like, okay, some of this shit's really stupid. I felt like they were just being, thrown against the wall and kicked in the nuts 5 million times. And I just felt like, what the fuck? Anyway, after getting all that heat, I felt like they were kind of forced into posting this video, which at the time that this video was posted, I think it was only a week after Garten of Banban 1 dropped. That's how much hate they were getting.
While deciding how the game was going to play out, we needed to keep our plan realistic and doable.
After all, we both have university as well, so we needed to find a good balance between our studies and what we love doing most, making games. But we pulled through and managed to finish the game, which we are very proud of. We are currently working on the second Garten of Banban, and it will be bigger, better, and scarier than the first game. The second game is available for wishlisting on Steam. Go wishlist it now, or Opila Bird will stare at you from your window for the rest of your life.
I mean, honestly, even after posting those 2 videos, the heat on them would just not lay off. And it didn't help that you had this Uhyeah guy and his squad adding fuels to the flame. It was insane back then. I'm just having flashbacks and I'm like, no. Oh, you thought this segment was done? No, my friend. There's still one more thing that I need to address, and that is the relationship between Uhyeah and Garten of Banban, which I have mixed feelings on. Remember, I said I'm gonna loop back to it. I'm gonna close it like it's a sandwich. People constantly throw in my face the fact that Uhyeah is the whole reason that this game blew up in the first place, which is true. I'm not gonna act like it isn't. But to me, that doesn't really give Uhyeah a reason to be a dick. Okay, wait, maybe I'm moving too fast. Maybe I should explain this in a I just gotta lay down a foundation. So remember I said that Uhyeah made that tweet and it's what blew up Garten of Banban. Well, the Euphoric brothers ended up blocking Uhyeah. And honestly, I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care! I don't fucking care that the Euphoric brothers blocked Uhyeah.
What?
Uhyeah's tweet was what blew up Garten of Banban. And it was kind of the main cause for the Euphoric brothers to be getting flooded with all this hate. But not just that. Uhyeah's squad. If I have to bring up those people. Not just that. Uhyeah and his squad were also a part of the people that were harassing the brothers. But they weren't as cruel. Well, they weren't as cruel as everybody else, but they were kind of in it. So then the Euphoric brothers, obviously having enough of this nonsense, which I would have had enough of too, ended up blocking Uhyeah, and that just didn't, it just caused more problems. Alright, acting as if the Euphoric brothers aren't allowed to be bothered by Uhyeah was really unfair to me. He didn't even like Garten of Banban. Literally, Uhyeah's whole friend group would dog on Garten of Banban any chance they got. I mean, look, Dags and the baddest were tweeting about Garten of Banban, tweeting at the Euphoric brothers constantly. And Pastra even had the gall to complain about Garten of Banban getting undeserved attention, as if his friends aren't the ones spearheading the campaign. You cannot make this shit up. Another funny thing that these guys would do is that they would claim to be against the brothers being harassed, and then they'd just, harass the brothers themselves. like, you know, just for funsies. Here is an example of this dude, Dags. He's on some, yeah, I'm gonna trademark Garten of Banban, because why the fuck not? Like, nigga, why would you do that, right? So here's Uhyeah's best friend copywriting Garten of Banban because it's funny. Like, oh, but he refunded it. Okay, but why did he do it to begin with? Oh, he was just trolling. Okay, but why are we trolling? Like, guys, what are we doing? What are we doing over here? And yeah, it just kept on going on like this for a while. So like, fuck, if this isn't harassment, then I don't know what is. And I'm not putting Uhyeah's friend's behavior onto him. I'm just saying that you really expect me to believe, based on what I'm seeing, this dude is an actual fan of the game and didn't deserve getting blocked by the brothers. If this is what I'm seeing out in the public, God knows what he was really saying about Garten of Banban and its creators on Discord. So no, I don't believe, actually I find it hard to believe that Uhyeah was ever an actual fan of Garten of Banban. He was being ironic at best and a troll at worst. So no, I don't think him getting blocked by the brothers was undeserved or whatever, because if someone's being annoying on Twitter, blocking them is what you should do. But I don't know. No, apparently on Twitter you're not supposed to do that because they said so. Like, I don't understand when are you allowed to block people, because it seems as if you're not allowed to do that. That's point number one. Point number two is that I think Uhyeah's squad is filled with hypocrites. It's hilarious, you know, gut punching how only after Garten of Banban 7 drops and their best friend features on the game, suddenly their opinions on the game and its existence shifted from disgust to mild indifference. They were on some, oh, it's not great, but it's loud. Like, what the fuck is this bullshit? It infuriates me. It infuriates me how the entirety of Garten of Banban, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I think it's fine. What are you fine, bro? These people are too fucking funny. Like, look at this. I wanted to spotlight this comment regarding the Eupho Brothers. We think they're trying to become more buddy-buddy. Like, nigga, who are you? Nigga, who are you, bruh? Who are you? It's kind of like if they take it in stride that they're trying to be buddy-buddy, but if they get mad, it's free Uhyeah. Like, what are they supposed to do, bro? I mean, look at the literal tone switch in this chick's tweets. I didn't refund it because I am the true Banban tuber. Thank you guys for your endless efforts to make such garbage quality games that I have never ending content to make more money than you off of.
Who the hell is this bitch?
And then after Uhyeah features on the game, she's on some, oh hey Eupho Brothers, if this isn't deserving of a bittergiggle. Like, no, you don't get to tweet something like that and then think that I'm just not gonna bring it up. It will be brought up. This is crazy. Like, this is actually crazy business. I just think it's so strange that before Uhyeah is on the game, you guys swear on your lives that the Eupho Brothers are irredeemable monsters. Uhyeah features on the game, and suddenly, you know, Garten of Banban isn't the greatest game, but it should be allowed. It's allowed to exist. Like, allow it. No, you can't do that. And finally, my last point that I'm gonna make on like Uhyeah's relationship to Garten of Banban is back on Garten of Banban 7. Why the hell was he in Garten of Banban 7? Now, I'm not talking about the Eupho Brothers adding him. Lord knows that they did not have a choice. I'm talking about Uhyeah accepting the offer to be in Garten of Banban 7. You and your friends go on and on about how Garten of Banban is so awful and how it's so bad, and it getting as big as it is a bad thing. Either it be for horror as a whole or mascot horror as an environment or whatever the fuck. So why did you feature in the game then? Think about it. I'm a YouTuber who makes content on internet safety and privacy. I make content explaining how to stop big tech from farming your data and how to jailbreak your phone, install Linux on your laptop, blah blah blah. Now out of nowhere, I have a NordVPN sponsor in my video. Isn't that insane? Isn't that crazy? How can you honestly take my opinion seriously anymore? It's the exact same thing with Uhyeah. How on earth am I supposed to take his videos seriously if he's willing to feature on a game before knowing if its quality has improved? That's a conflict of interest. He lost his integrity. He was, at that point, shilling a game to his audience, either it be directly or indirectly, shilling a game to his audience before waiting to see if the bros have actually changed for the better. That makes no sense. And he got away with it.
It really sucks when people try to tear them down just because they hold a grudge that should have expired months ago. Most people seem to carry that grudge because they think Banban ruined mascot horror. However, I refuse to entertain the idea that Banban ruined mascot horror. So here's what I gotta say. Everyone should just take a chill pill and stop being annoying about Garten of Banban. You don't like it? Cool, that's fine. Don't give it attention. Criticism is fine. Great even. We wouldn't be here without it. But there's a fine line between criticism and just being an asshole for the sake of being an asshole.
You all got away with it. So it's okay for them to shill, promote, and bring attention and make money off of Garten of Banban. But when the fans support, pay, bring attention, and play Garten of Banban, it's a bad thing and it should come to an end. That's just such an interesting thing, don't you think? It's just very interesting to witness. So you can see why I don't really have positive feelings on the nature of Uhyeah and Garten of Banban's relationship. Beekeeper, wait. Beekeeper, wait. You are forgetting some very crucial information about Uhyeah. And what is that? He drew Nab Nab. Even though this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my entire life, I still don't like the boy.
Dark mark on the horror landscape, a symbol of the lowering standards and the increasing greed of untalented devs looking to make a quick buck. It was just that bad. But was it? Was it really?
Why are you all so spoiled and evil? Why must you demand things like you deserve them? You see yourselves as serving some greater purpose, like the critic who gave Scott that terrible review which pushed him into making Five Nights at Freddy's. You think you're some sort of necessary evil when no, you're just evil. You think that you're some sort of, game changer when in reality you're just acting like a bully. It is not and never will be normal to get hated on and criticized by hundreds and thousands of people all at once. These dudes were just two random guys barely pushing 200 likes on Twitter, and then boom, out of nowhere, thousands and thousands of people criticizing them, being mean to them, ruthless. Like, how else did you expect them to react? No, dude, they weren't acting like babies. This is just not a normal thing that happens to everyday people. I know someone is gonna say something like, oh, it comes with the territory and that they should just suck it up. But that's like telling a celebrity that they should be okay with an invasion of privacy. What I'm trying to say is that you're wrong.
Back in January, this game broke the internet, and not in a good way. People got mad, like mad about the phoned-in graphics, the incredibly short first chapter, the basic monster design, and the clear attempt to cash in with a merch page on the main menu of its first installment. It was hailed as the final nail in the mascot horror coffin, the moment that the genre jumped the shark, a cash grab with no thought or care put into it, to which I say, yeah, them and every other mascot horror game out there.
No matter how much you try and spin the story, there's no angle that you can look at it where it doesn't clearly show that you guys were kind of the villains of the story and the Euphoric brothers were the underdogs of the story. Two brothers woke up one day and decided to make a game inspired by a genre they're quite fond of. But instead of getting some sort of helpful or even positive feedback, they're harassed, bullied, and constantly criticized by thousands of people all at once in their first week. It seems like the whole world is against them, and why? I don't know really. I actually still do not know, but still. Even with all the hate being thrown their way, often spearheaded by much more popular influencers, they still manage to dust themselves off and continue improving their games. Or at least that's how things look to me.
And there's nothing wrong with lacking experience. After all, we must embrace our limitations. Everyone begins inexperienced. Everyone starts somewhere. Everyone continuously learns through failure and mistakes. Everyone can turn their newly gained experience into a newfound awareness and understanding, which feeds into their passion and drive to create awesome games for their communities.
I really will never forget how the brothers were treated throughout the whole of 2023, and I can't wait to see how you guys will act after Garten of Banban 8 drops. Like, that's gonna be an interesting thing to experience. That's why I made this segment, or at least that's why I'm bringing all of this stuff up again. I want you guys to see, remember, and acknowledge how cruel and unreasonable a lot of you guys were acting back then. And for some of you, even till this day. All I can hope is that something like this never happens again to anyone else in the future. Okay, that segment was so dudes, I did not know it was going to be that long. I thought it was going to be like 20 minutes. I'm sure you guys even completely forgot what the point of this video was. The point of the video is for me to recount my steps, right? Like, retell the story of how I got into Banban in the day, in the moment, I'm retelling each chapter in each game from the perspective of the time that they were released. So I'm recounting everything from 2023. So let's move on to chapter 2. But wait. There's one more thing I need to talk about, and this time it'll be quick. I'm not gonna spend an hour. I just need to address the big fat oncoming criticism in the room. Fuck it, I feel extremely weird when I have to criticize the Eupho Bros because they've been criticized to hell and back. Like, at some point it's not helping and you're just kicking a dog while it's down. But I feel like it's different when I do it. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna offer up solutions immediately after I criticize them. That's right. I'm just gonna give you guys the answers to the test, so you don't need to worry about anything. I'm not gonna just dunk on you guys. I'm gonna try and offer up solutions to my critiques because I'm actually trying to help. I don't want to just be another one of #them.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so back to the timeline. I don't really have any strong opinions on Garten of Banban at this point. This is after 1 dropped. I'm not really feeling the hate for Garten of Banban on Twitter. I just don't get it, and I cannot relate.
Why are you so fucking negative all the time?
But also, I'm not really feeling the game either. So I check and I see that they're gonna be dropping Garten of Banban 2 on the 3rd of March 2023, and that's not too far away. I mean, it was already the end of February, so it wasn't too bad. It's just a couple of weeks or so. In the meantime, we were teased with this image, and then we get this trailer, which when I look at this image, I often wonder, what did the brothers mean by this? At the time, I had no idea what they were trying to convey with this picture. Because this is before chapter 0 where their backstories are released to us, but whatever. This is not important. This is where the real Garten of Banban starts to shine. Garten of Banban 1 was a fluke. That shit never fucking happened. Garten of Banban 2 is where Garten of Banban starts. So then what exactly happens in Garten of Banban 2? Well, we wake up in the wreckage, drone busted and all.
What the?
And oh, it's Zumble Sauce, and he's got the donka-donk. He got up a donka-donk. Okay, they make us go through 2 redundant doors. Like, wow. This is the first hint at the Euphoric Brothers' endless trolling. Like, oh my god. There's a huge note on the wall that says the spider is real, which is so stupid because obviously the spider is real. He is painted on the walls. We pick up this note, which I find to be pretty interesting, and Nab was seen. Where? He was literally seen. 2 buttons again for no reason, then we go about a day, blah blah blah, and then stop right there. Stop right there. This is when we get the most legendary event in all of Garten of Banban history. I'm talking this scene that's about to play right now. Oh my gosh. It changed the world, bro. We were not the same. Banban speaks.
Hey, you there. I can see you on the cameras. I am so happy to see you. And I need your help with something. Wait, can you even hear me? Hello? Listen, if you can hear what I'm saying, wave at any camera.
Bro, you had to be there, bro. This was like, whoa. This was an event to behold. It was like a solar eclipse, bro. Like, you just had to be there. Everybody was like, what the fuck? Banban's voice is so funny. It's so wobbly and it's so sad. And it's just so funny. Banban is the funniest man to have ever dropped. Geppo, you are finishing me, bruh. Comfort, you say? Okay, I hope that actually goes somewhere in the prequel series. Yes, I want a prequel series. I also like how Banban helps you. I don't think that's a big deal. I just really like hearing his voice. Okay, so we solve this puzzle, which I actually enjoy. And we get to the end where Banban says that he's looking for another key card, and oh my gosh, I will address that later. We go downstairs and we see this sign, which I actually really like the sign because it's befitting of a horror game, and it's also a natural way of dropping lore and like instructions. Okay, moving on, we do some stuff. We do this yellow glass puzzle, which I actually think is really cool. Blah blah blah, boo, hee hee, blah blah blah. Here comes the boy. It's Nab. Nab is so good because he is scary. Like, if you look at the way he crawls across the ceiling, it's a little bit like, bro, you need to calm down. You're moving crazy. So yeah, Nab was really cool in this scene of the game. My only wish was that the floor was reflective so that we could actually see how he looks when he's chasing us. But then I'll talk about like the critiques at the end of the video. Let's just move on for now. Oh, also, by the way, the sign is kind of redundant because we already know what to do. We'll talk about that later. Banban then delivers the most devastating blow and the most devastating line of all time.
3 birds with 1 stone. I get all of your key cards, I get the perfect specimen, and I don't have to deal with that thing down there. And it's all thanks to you. Oh, come on. I didn't hit you that hard. Or maybe I did.
Like, why the hell did he say that about Nab? Fast forward, stop. The writing on the wall is redundant, the drawing board is kinda cute, and this. I like this, keep this. Boom, we do all of that shit just to get a fucking key card. Fast forward through life and boom, we then get one of the most memorable scenes, aside from Banban speaking, of Garten of Banban, and that is the very first Zolphius cameo. At the time, like 2023, Zolphius was the only thing people found enjoyable about Garten of Banban 2. So I'm glad that the bros kept him lurking in every single scene since this moment. Alright then, let's continue. Law T2, pause. Pause. Why do I need a drone to push this particular button? Like, can't I just push the button myself? Okay, more buttons. Like, what did I just say? Fast forward, fast forward, fast forward, fast forward. Stop. Finally, something interesting happens. We meet the princess, Banbalina. Yes, Banbalina, the girl who's been in almost all of my thumbnails. She is here, and she, like her brother over there, has a very funny way of speaking.
Oh, what am I saying? You're one of the cool kids.
Oh, what am I saying? Banbalina leaves the room and we gotta do this puzzle, and again, did we really need a drone for this little lab button? Couldn't I have just pressed it myself? Then the worst puzzle of all time takes place. Jesus, I'm not even gonna address it. Some brief platforming, then this long hallway, then we get this cute cake scene, which once again, what did the brothers mean by this? But I couldn't even be bugga with it because here comes my goat. Here comes my goat. Here comes my goat, bro. Aura farming as usual, I see. Okay, everyone, let's stop dicking around. Lend me your ears, I beg of you, because Banban is about to say the funniest thing of all time in 3, 2.
You know, on a normal day, you'd be standing where I am, behind the safety of this class.
The way he says it, bruh, he's like, behind the safety of this class. It's just too funny, bruh. Behind the safety of this class. Banban is just too fucking funny. Blah, 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 the end. Okay, so that was chapter 2. I was really brief about it. I bet you're disappointed in me, but the thing is, I feel like there isn't anything new that I can say that hasn't already been said, because these games came out 2 years ago. Like, everybody took the words out of my mouth. Like, there's no point on me spending time on it. Anyway, the way that I felt at the time that this dropped, I didn't really like the game. No, I didn't. I mean, I think the game is kind of boring when there are no characters with us. That is to say, even if the puzzle is kind of like whack, it's a bit more tolerable because the characters are so interesting. But during the periods when we're just doing things on our own and there aren't any characters around us, it did feel like a bit of a slog. Another thing, this chapter also sets up the key mechanics that you'll be dealing with a lot in these future Garten of Banban installments. Like, we got the drone mechanic, we got the pushing buttons, we got them writing down what we gotta do, we've got the whole, did I say pushing buttons? Because we push a hell of a lot of buttons, and then we got the, like, collecting endless key cards, you know? But yeah, it's just like I said earlier, there are things that I kind of have to criticize, even though my heart is breaking. Like, I don't, but I had to do it. Let's start with the Uhyeah mechanic from game 1. Yeah, we're gonna go all the way back there. If you've watched this video, then you probably heard them say something like this.
So why not try something different? We thought having Uhyeah bird act as a real predator would be something very interesting to see. We decided to have it so that it would only attack you if it felt that you were prey, like predators do.
I think they should bring the Uhyeah mechanic back in future or whatever. Here's how I think it should go down this time around though. Since the point of the mechanic is for the player to spot when Uhyeah is friendly versus when she's aggressive, what you'll need to do is put the player in a position where they'd be able to notice something like that. Like in 1, we don't really have time to notice like something like that because we don't really have a reason to turn around and look at her. But if, say for example, there's a glass and Uhyeah's on one side and the player's on the other side, but in that glass there's an open doorway. This means that Uhyeah could just run through that doorway at any moment. So what the player needs to do is the player needs to get to the other side and come back without pissing off Uhyeah so that she doesn't run through the door and attack us. The problem is we can't just tiptoe our way all the way over there because there's a time limit. So what you need to do is you need to balance running forward while also walking slowly so that you don't, ignite her instincts. Otherwise, she'll just run through the hole in the glass and kill you. Now you have stakes because you have the timer and the player has to be smart, and then on top of that, you'll be able to show off Opila's cool AI. Simple. I feel like that should definitely be brought back in future in some kind of way, like the way that I described, because the reality of the situation is when you create these like cool AI mechanics or whatever, you should always think about how do I put the player in a position where they can see what the puzzle or the challenge is. You know what I'm saying? While we're on the topic of seeing things, let's talk about Nab Nab. Remember earlier I said I wish we could have seen Nab Nab running at us or like chasing us? If we take the base puzzle that you already set up in the game, the only thing that you would have to change is that you would make the floor a more reflective surface so that as we're running, we can just stare at the floor and see Nab Nab chasing us. And now with Banbalina, Banbalina's puzzle was cute, but once again, it had the whole problem of telling us what to do instead of showing us what to do. Luckily for us, Banbalina's puzzle is actually really easy to fix. You just need to replace the objects that sit on top of the desk with things that relate to whatever that character is supposed to be. So for example, remember we had the smart kid and then we had the super smart kid. To represent the smart kid, you could have put a simple basic math calculator right next to the smart kid's button, speaker, whatever the fuck. And then to represent the super smart kid, you could have put an advanced calculator so that it would represent that the super smart kid is super smart, whatever. Why am I repeating myself? Then of course, the player can just see, oh, okay, this person has a simple calculator, this one has a more advanced calculator, so clearly you must be the one. And then of course, that just goes around for the rest of the tables. What else is on this list? Oh yeah, the snail segment. I don't know. Actually, we can just leave it like that. And the buttons and the drones? Nah, I'm not gonna fix that. Nobody should change it. Nobody should fix it. The only thing, oh my word, the only thing you need to make sure of is make sure the button is not like eye level to me, because then why am I even using the drone? Alright y'all, so that was game 2, and Garten of Banban 2's reception wasn't that great either. Like everybody collectively could agree that it was leagues better than game 1. Game 1 was abysmal dog shit. Like what's that meme that's like y'all got any fun? We got abysmal dog shit. That was game 1, and then game 2 was just leagues miles better than game 1. But the internet still was not feeling Garten of Banban. People were still unimpressed. People still hated the brothers, and game 2 was kind of underwhelming as an experience, and I agreed. I felt like, but I started to feel a little bit more intrigued. In the beginning, I just kind of stumbled into the environment, and the hate kept me waiting because I wanted to see what are they gonna do now that they've gotten all this hate. Gobb 2 dropped, and I was like, oh, well, it's okay, but I still felt the sense of curiosity take me over because I felt I wasn't satisfied. Just like everyone else, I wasn't quite satisfied, and I just wanted to see what they would do next. So even after game 2's poor reception and people clowning on it relentlessly and clowning on the devs and everything that I just covered in that first major segment, the hype for 3 was as real as it gets. Like, I'm being so serious right now. If we could consult the graphs. If we could consult the graphs, this was the peak of Garten of Banban's popularity. Even the trailer got a whopping 13 million views, making it the most viewed video on their channel as of the time that I'm recording this video. The only thing that could possibly take over the view count for Garten of Banban 3's trailer is Garten of Banban 8's trailer. This is how big the hype for 3 was. Like, even though people were, oh, we hate Garten of Banban, we know the truth. We know the truth. And I'll be honest, if it wasn't for the voice acting...
On a normal day, you'd be standing where...
Like, if it wasn't for the voice acting in game 1 keeping me curious, I probably wouldn't have stayed, because at this point, I still wasn't a fan of Garten of Banban. I was just a casual observer. My awakening was yet to come. 5th of May, that's when it's dropping. We don't get like a teaser image like last time. Okay, whatever. What happens in Garten of Banban 3? Oh, what? Banban won't meet us face to face? Nah, it's definitely because he's hiding something. I don't trust this dude.
You see, for whatever reason, I'm prone to violent instincts, and I do not trust myself to not give in to them again.
Okay, Banban, like, wee, like, who the fuck even asked, bro?
As for your children, I don't know exactly where they're being kept, but I know someone who does. Head to the aquatic sector. That's where he resides.
Those children are fucking dead, bro. Okay, wait, did I tell you guys that I like this tree in the center of the building? I think it's beautiful. Anyways, I also like the drawings on the floor. Blah, blah, blah. We pick up this note, and Claire is never mentioned again, by the way. Just so you know, she's dead. Blah, blah, blah. Nab was seen. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, this cart is so creepy. Like, the abyss is just so weird. It's in the middle of nowhere, and it's dark, and it doesn't make sense, and I love it, and it's beautiful, and I love this so much. Oh, okay, this area is very cute. I actually really like these colors. Okay, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. We go down and we bump into Stinger Flynn, the most I'm just gonna save it. I'm just gonna save my opinions for later. But anyways, we wake him up from his like nap, whatever the fuck, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Pause. Remember when I said that Banban speaking was the most legendary gobb moment in all of gobb history? The only other moment that could possibly compare or compete with Banban speaking for the first time is Stinger Flynn's dream. Now, this scene blew everybody's minds. This is what elevated Garten of Banban from a shitpost to a work of art. This scene right here. Once again, I love the art direction. I mean, Zolfius, my guy, he is just standing in the distance, and it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. This dude is still yapping like, when the hell are you gonna shut up? Okay, let's move on. What the fuck? What am I supposed to do now? Ah, hell no, brother. I am not playing this game. Oh, release me. Release me. Banban leaves us to this horrifying puzzle. God help us. Oh, release me. Release me. We wake up in jail. I wish this room was as beautiful as the others. It is so fucking ugly, but no harm, no foul. I guess this leapfrog segment is kind of cute, but then again, I have to think to myself, like, as a parent, what the fuck am I doing? Unserious. Blah, 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 blah. Ooh! Banban is speaking. Listen and learn.
What happened to you is one of Stinger Flynn's tricks.
Blah 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 blah. Okay, he tells us Nab is awake and we gotta do some stuff, which, like, IDK, I feel like if Nab's really in there, why hasn't he killed us yet? But whatever. Lingango ligoli goli wata lingango 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 ligoli goli. Okay, stop right here. You need to hear this. I know I've been saying that the whole video every time Banban speaks, but this is a legendary moment. The way Banban says solution, he says solution.
Of course, precautions and trading can only get you so far, so we had to think of a more permanent solution. Nabnalina was that solution.
Solution. He doesn't say solution, he says solution. Oh my god. Banban is my goat. In case you did not know that. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I hear, what? 6 times? 6 times, Banban? That doesn't sound easy. Banban, you need to slow the fuck down. Okay, so we finished the segment. We succeed. I don't know how we did it, but I guess we're bioengineering now, okay? And Navnilina is here. Ah, she is so cute. She's just as shy as her boyfriend. Yes. So, okay, we move on. And I'm not gonna lie, that was a good puzzle. I actually liked it. I thought it was cute. I like the sounds. I like the multitasking. It was good puzzle. Anyway, let's see the reunion. Yay!
At last, he's no longer miserable. I'm surprised they both weren't originally members of the mutants below. They certainly fit.
Okay, is there a reason that Nab needs to be roasted every 5 seconds? Like, leave him alone. Nab is my favorite character, by the way, in case you didn't know. Well, you better fucking know now, because... Well, oh. Okay. Okay, so he died, and... Oh, no. He dropped his little party hat. Oh, my God. We have to go save Nab right fucking now. Ah, but it's just so much work, so let's just move on. Okay, here's Stinger Flynn dropping mysterious bars. Ma'am, a second dream has hit the game. This is the second dream that a lot of people were raving about, and it really was a big deal. I mean, if I remember very well, this is the dream where they got that song Rivals, and MatPat made a whole theory about it. And of course, the character interactions was cute to see. And also, this is the only game where we get to have 2 dream sequences. Every single game after this has only ever had 1. But yeah, other than that, I don't really have anything to say about this dream. It isn't really as mysterious as the first one. The only thing that I think about when I think about this dream is the fact that they left Nab in the boiling sun, running his little leggies off for hours. Oh, my Shayla. My Shayla. What more do you want from him? Oh my God. Nah, we need to kill someone. This was not mandatory. Who of you guys thought of this? I knew it was you. Anyways, we start playing this game and, oh, dude, how? We play this game, then we wake up in the lounge with these goobers.
We could use that to our advantage to try and escape. He cannot know that we're alive.
He cannot know that we're alive. He cannot know that we're alive.
Banbalina is so cute. But anyways, we start doing that shit that we gotta do, which is like what we gotta do. And then of course she starts being a teacher, irritating the fuck out of me. Stop that bullshit. You know what else I think is very funny about this game series is how the way they refer to each other as if they don't know each other. Like, Banbalina says, that green guy over there, and she says, that blue guy over there. Like, she doesn't know them. Like, girl, I know you know who these people are. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, bro. Stop. Oh my Lord, I can't do it. Do you guys honestly think you're in a position to be trolling right now when you're the same fucking people? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that. I'm sorry. It's just you guys are so, like, you just don't make any fucking sense. I'll be real with y'all. I'm not a big fan of this boss fight, but I am a huge fan of the boss design. We get trolled a little more, and we scare this bird. Look at Tartar. We scare this bird, and then we look at Uhyeah. We scare this bird, and then we run from Banban. Blah, 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 blah. The end. Fine. Okay. Stinger says some stuff to us, then we run away. Okay, fine. Stinger says some stuff to us, then we run away from him, and then they get into a huge fight, and then they all fucking die. The end. So that was Garten of Banban 3, and it was not bad. It wasn't bad. Okay, it was definitely a step up from gobb 2, except for the final chase, which was just... No. This cannot be. Now, I have to say, this was the moment that I became a fan of Garten of Banban. Like, I evolved from being a casual observer to an actual fan. So if you were under the impression that I became a fan through the memes or because I pitied the brothers, or whatever the hell else you were theorizing, you are dead wrong. From the moment Stinger Flynn put us in that dream, I knew I was already cooked. Like, there was just no point in denying it anymore. 3 did a really good job at changing a lot of people's perspectives on Garten of Banban and the Euphoric brothers. Okay, people still didn't like it, but they weren't as vicious as the start, and they were a bit more open-minded. But still, it isn't perfect, so let's touch on that while we're still here. How about we start with the most prominent mechanic, the drone. All we do is press a button to press a button to press a button. I want the drone. There are no issues with the drone. I want the drone, but just like before, we have to start by asking ourselves a simple question. What is the purpose of a drone? It's to reach hard to reach places and maybe even grab stuff that's out of your reach. Right. So that's what we should be using the drone for, not just pushing buttons all day. Don't get me wrong, we can continue to press buttons, but it really would be more interesting if at some point we start using the drone to do more things. Like, for example, maybe we can use it to push stuff over, or maybe we can use it to pick up things, or maybe we can use it to drop things, you know, stuff like that. And in terms of the boss battle, okay, we need to rebuild that boss battle from the ground up, and this is gonna be a little bit difficult to explain, but just bear with me, guys. I might be cooking, so just listen. Gosh, I'm so pissed off right now. I recorded the footage, but the thing was mute, so now I have to explain it, and the footage is just not in sync with the audio. So sorry if like whatever the fuck happens, I don't even know. But anyways, with Chamataki and Tamataki, you have some walls and then you have mirrors. The mirrors have the circles on them, the O's, and the walls have the X's. Although in the final game, I think it would be better if you just didn't put the circles on the mirror, because I'm sure the player can put 2 and 2 together and realize that the X's are for the walls and the O's are for the mirrors. Right, so you have the mirrors and you have the walls, and then you have a clock on the wall. The clock will point to X's or it'll point to O's. If the clock points to an X, it's pointing at the wall, the X on the wall. If the clock points to an O, it's pointing to a mirror. Now, depending on which one it points at is the direction that the player should run. So if the clock points at the X on the right side, the player has to run to the X on the right side. And if the clock points to the O on the left side, the player has to run to the O on the left side. Now, of course, if the player runs in the wrong direction, so let's say, for example, the clock points to an X and the player runs to the O, that means you'll get an instant death. Chamataki and Tamataki have bubbles and they have the tongue attack. The tongue attack hits the X's and the bubbles hit the mirrors. When the tongue hits the wall, Chamataki and Tamataki take damage. But when the bubbles hit the mirrors, they bounce off of the mirrors and they reflect back onto Chamataki and Tamataki, making them take damage again. If the player runs at an X when they were supposed to run at an O, then Chamataki and Tamataki's bubbles will go off and it'll insta-kill the player. Or alternatively, if the player runs at an O when they were supposed to run at an X, then Chamataki and Tamataki's tongue will extend and grab the player, and then the player will die. So that's just my idea of how you can make the Chamataki boss fight more interesting, because you'll have the clock on the wall, meaning the player always has to like look at the clock to make sure that they go in the right direction. Otherwise, they'll insta-die. And yeah, that's just an idea. I'm not sure if it's like possible or it's like a good idea, but I'm trying my best. Finally, the only thing left that there is to mention is the Uhyeah and Tartar power couple power run at the end of the chapter. First of all, fuck the first scene. That's fine. I'm not going to change that. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Now, in terms of the running scene, I feel like the only way to fix this would be either A, each space between the doors that the birds are supposed to run through has a couple of obstacles in the way, and you make Banban run faster so that if you ever you don't jump in time or you don't move to the left in time, Banban immediately grabs you. Or B, you just make each path shorter. So every single space between when Uhyeah and 𝗏𝗏 are supposed to swat, it just gets shorter and shorter and shorter. IDK, but that's all I have to say about 3. As much as I enjoy using my brain, I also enjoy rotting it. So I was jonesing for 4, dog. I was like, respectfully, Your Honor, you should have been there. It was definitely the experience. I was definitely a Garten of Banban fan at this point. I was fully indoctrinated, virus and all, without a shadow of a doubt. I was not here for any ulterior motives or to research. So none of that shit mattered. I was here because I wanted to be here, and it wasn't just me. Everybody wanted to see what the Euphoric brothers had planned next. I mean, 3's dreams were doing a lot of heavy lifting, but who cares? It's still Garten of Banban. Once again, we get no teaser images, just straight to a trailer. They were raw dogging us. I don't know why they're being so disrespectful like this, but okay. 11th of August was probably the longest we ever had to wait, not counting this current 12-month gap. Oh my god, release me. Release me. Okay, so then what happens in Garten of Banban 4? We get off the elevator and whoa, what the fuck? Whoa, what the fuck? We're being chased? Okay, I see Euphoric brothers. Okay, this is a very powerful start. Completely different from the last 3 games, and I like it. Fuck it, I love it. And I also really like this orange hallway. I mean, there's not a lot in here. I like how bright it is. We step on a couple of pressure plates and I'm already excited. A new mechanic? Yeah, pig! What just happened? Boom! We get kidnapped by, at this point in time, the greatest character in all of Garten of Banban. At this point in time, August 2023, I have to say, this trap is ridiculously smart. I know the hype for chapter 4 was on bittergiggle at the time, but I saw the truth. Okay, I could see the truth. The real star of the show was Sheriff Toadster. He doesn't just come up here and tell us he's gonna trap us, or we don't even see him, dog. He just boom, and we fell for it. The hype for 4 was so worth it. I just knew I could trust the Euphoric brothers. It was me and them versus the world.
5th question. Have you ever come in contact with the threat shown on the board? That one gives me the creeps. 6th question.
Okay, mandatory nab straight. Check. Side note, I thought his voice actor was a black guy. I actually thought Toadster's voice actor was a black guy. You can imagine how shocked I was when I saw his actual voice actor.
Come on, dog. You're into this? You're black. You sound black. Where are you from?
Racism aside, we walk over to the kingdom and it's so fucking ugly, guys. We talk to QB.
I think I knew. A worried parent can spot another worried parent from a mile away. I've heard the screams and the crash from above. You're here in search of your child.
And oh my gosh, she is just so precious. I love Queen Bouncelia. So far, I love all the characters. I can't think of a single character 4 games into the series that I actually don't like. Very impressive, very impressive. She says she's a worried parent. Interesting. All right, we go on our way and oh my gosh. Hi.
The 3 parts of the elevator are scattered across 3 stations, which we can get to using this old transport system. I believe it's 2 tickets per rider. 2 for me, 2 for you, and 2 for little Beak here.
Okay, so we carry on with our mission, and oh my gosh, we're getting these tickets, and Toadster just watches us like the lazy bum that he is. Oh my gosh. Dude, Kebab Man is crazy. He can move on his own. What the hell? I didn't know he could do that. Now I'm actually starting to get scared. Like, now the game is getting a little bit too spooky.
You know, I get your confusion, partner. I really do. What's a massive bipedal toad with a hat protecting a giant purple kangaroo queen for? After I was thrown down here by your kind like I was trash, I was hopeless, aimless, cold, and miles away from the promised surface. Long story short, I was found and accepted at my lowest. It was then that I declared myself the ultimate protector of the Queen. It's a cause worth fighting for. Good-hearted individuals deserve protection.
Oh wow, what a very powerful backstory. So like, how long have you been in love with this purple kangaroo? Okay, blah blah blah, gully gully, wata, all of that stuff. Oh hey, bittergiggle. The fuck, blah blah blah, blah blah. Pause right there. Don't write on the walls. Don't write it on the walls, but we'll talk about that later. I bet Nab Nab was like,
I'm gonna eat you, stupid bird.
The music is so good though. After we get through that crazy puzzle, which I liked it, but I feel like it could be changed just a little bit. We end up in this room and we press a button, and I think we just killed Nab Nab, but you know, I'm not sure. But I have a strong feeling we might have just killed him. So like, what do you do for work and stuff? Yeah, me too.
Let's head for the elevator to see if the part fits.
Ah, dude, the Eupho Bros make us walk through this long ass hallway constantly, and I'm telling you guys, this, it doesn't help that the area that we're walking through is so fucking ugly. Fast forward.
The kingdom can now proudly announce that it has reached a population of 5.
Huh? 5? Bad!
When the Queen mentioned having many visitors in one day, I knew it had to be you.
Okay, what happened to hello? How are you? Like, what the fuck?
Listen, whatever happened to me, whatever I tried doing to you, just know it wasn't actually me. I was forced to obey without much thought.
Wah. Moving on. We go on and we check out the other cells, and well. Would you look at this? Who do we have here?
Finally, after managing to keep Josh under control, you just had to come around and anger him.
I didn't do anything, the fuck?
Look where your arrogance got us now. A position where neither of us can get to the children.
What the hell? After Stinger Flynn chooses us out for no good reason, by the way, we did not do anything. We wake up next to Nabgoat. Life is so good right now.
Oh, they're all finished.
I already have consumed my share of the nutrients I've gathered while you were in your slumber.
Me too. Sorry about that.
I have never...
Okay, pause. After running in the desert for hours in the boiling sun, y'all want to take away his food? These people are evil.
Hate is one of the 2 emotions I am unable to control.
What's the second one?
Sorrow.
Oh, brother. This guy stinks. Moving on, we go back with Banban and shut up, nobody cares. We go back with Banban and he just starts talking about who the fuck knows, bruh.
You ever had those friends that suddenly turn on you for no reason? To say mine turned on me would be an understatement. They suddenly stopped talking to me. They looked at me like I was some sort of monster. Sometimes I lose my temper, sure, but it seemed excessive. I was and still am confused, to say the least.
Aww. Banban's voice is so sad. He sounds like a wet cat. It's just... yeah, it's really charming. It's really charming. I can't believe people... Yeah.
We're here. Let's get going.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Let me play that again.
We're here. Let's get going.
Dude, that was Gobb Man speaking. Like, Gobb Man is so cute. He's so adorable. Blah, 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 blah. We end up at Giggle Garden, and this place is adorable. It's kind of weird looking, but it's adorable. And it's interesting. I mean, the puzzle does take a little bit of time, but in the end, we all did this for a key card again. Oh, guys, there needs to be more reward than just all these key cards. Like, could you please like put a muffin in there one time for the one time? Extra door for trolling, because they be doing shit like that.
Now, we wait. Wait, no, Nab. We can't let Nab take him.
Okay, this scene is so funny because suddenly Banban was the slowest motherfucker I had ever known in my life, and now all of a sudden he's Usain Bolt. Maybe it's because we were riding birds, which is a new one, I'll give you that. But in my heart of hearts, I just know base Banban, there is no way he's faster than Hellish. Like, I gotta bring in the power scalers because this ain't it.
I tried fixing you so many times, but you're just unfixable. Enough is enough.
Banban, why did you do that? Fast forward, stop.
When you do find them, can I ask for a favor? Could you try and occasionally come visit?
No, fast forward. See, this is a real lore dump, and it's done so graciously. It isn't done like the way they be doing it with those tapes and those notes. God forbid.
This is the first entry to what I will refer to as the Toadster Archives, where all information gathered about criminals will be recorded. Criminal number 1, the snail, was captured near the front gate of the kingdom while I was on patrol. The snail was captured while hiding in her shell and has remained hidden since. It was initially thought to be an empty shell husk, until quiet crying was heard coming from within the shell. All attempts to convince the snail to leave her shell have failed. The reason for this extreme distress has not yet been determined, but I have a theory.
The Toadster Archives was probably one of the best parts of this entire game. I mean, look at Banbalina. This is art right here. This is a true work of art.
Something up above has happened that's causing these cases to end up down here. It hurts seeing familiar faces in this state, but I cannot risk my health to help old friends that may have gone mad.
I wish that the games had more moments like this where you could hear the other characters exposit lore about other characters, but in a way that makes sense. Like Toadster has an archive because he's got like criminals and stuff. And then maybe Banban could have had a file that he was going through or something like that. Or Banbalina during her classroom segment, she could have been teaching us about all the other characters, and you know, she kind of like lore dumps, and it's done like a really natural way. I wish we could see more stuff like the Toadster archives, because I loved this part. We also see what I presume to be Nabnab's empty cell. And I don't know, what is it called when you set up something for deeper analysis, like you put a clue or a hint, whatever. I feel like this empty cell has some meaning behind it. So we go ahead and we do this puzzle, which is okay. It isn't bad. I personally just didn't like it because we had to do it 6 times. Then we get to the boss, which I did not like, but we'll talk about that later. Blah, 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 blah. Kill this motherfucker. Get the part. Fuck you, bittergiggle. Blah, 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 blah. Who gave a fuck? Zoom, zoom, zoom. Zing, zing, zing. We watch bittergiggle tell this terrible, horrible joke. My ears were bleeding. Then the world ends. The end. Alrighty, that was 4, and it was so fucking good. Literally everybody was impressed. I'm talking glowing reviews. Everybody was like, this is the Garten of Banban we've been wanting. We knew you could do it, Euphoric Brothers. We always loved you. Like the fake fans. This is where you started to see some fakos, because it's like, I saw you when gobb 2 dropped. I saw the things you were saying. But it doesn't even matter, because the quality creep begins here. The quality creep technically started at 3, but the true shining examples of when the brothers started to like grow into themselves as game developers was really 4, in my opinion. This was the first game with a strong opening, an overarching mission, professional voice acting, all of that good stuff. Even though I am a huge fan, and I'm talking a massive fan, of the unprofessional voice acting, still I can see the increase in production. The characters, specifically Toadster, were so awesome. In fact, bittergiggle made such a huge splash in the community that he overthrew Banban and the Garten of Banban Tumblr Sexy Man polls. Yes, that is a sentence I just said. So a few criticisms. Whoa. Slow down. What? Reason Euphoric Brothers? Hell nah. This disrespect I'm not gonna take. What the fuck did the Eupho Bros do? Like, you guys are acting as if they blew up China. I am so sick and tired of the slander. Y'all need to take away this warning. It doesn't even make sense. What the fuck? Stop slandering my goats. Where was I? Oh yeah, so the few criticisms I have are obviously the long ass hallway, the writing on the wall, and the boss. The long ass hallway, the writing on the wall, and the boss. The writing on the wall. Why doesn't Toadster just say to us? Usually animals are good at sensing danger, so maybe Little Beak knows a thing or two. Let's try it. Or maybe like Beak chirps and he's like, all right, Little Beak can sense danger. She gets it from her mother. You know, there are ways to tell the player what to do without writing it down. Like, just tell us. Make the character say it to our face. The long ass hallway. Every time we come back to a long hallway multiple times, I feel like it should change little by little. Like either things falling over, barrels in the way, or we pick up more items and notes every single time we come back. Because just looking at an empty hallway, I just don't think it's very appealing. Literally anything would work other than just like an empty ass hallway. You don't even need to make a mini game, no none. Just put some stuff in the way, please. The boss. Remember how I explained the Chamataki and Tamataki segment? Okay, so we're gonna do that again. So please just bear with me, guys. Hold on tight. This will totally be worth it. Once again, I'm not sure if this would work, but I'm trying my best here. And then the second one was the Kittysaurus fight. So of course, Kittysaurus will be in the center of the arena, and then to the sides, there'll be 4 barrels, right? And then on the other side, like cross section or whatever, there'll be blocks. The blocks will be deconstructed when the game starts. It's just that I drew them like that for the sake of convenience. What the player has to do is they have to run over to a barrel and push it over, so that when Kittysaurus is trying to like cross over to them, she gets stuck in the oil or Givanium for a little bit. Then the player is supposed to run over to the blocks, reconstruct the blocks as the timers against the wall go down to 0. Those are supposed to be 5s. I know it looks like the letter J. It's supposed to be a 5. So when the timer, either it be 5 or it's 10 seconds or whatever, it doesn't matter. When it hits 0, the player has to run to the top of the blocks and wait for 𝗜𝗘𝗘𝗧 to run at them. Then of course when 𝗜𝗘𝗘𝗧𝗧 is about to hit them, the player jumps down and 𝗜𝗘𝗘𝗧𝗧 kicks over the blocks and hits against the giant big red dot. She hits her head on the dot. That's when the player again has to run over to the barrels, kick over another barrel, then 𝗜𝗘𝗘𝗧𝗧𝗧 gets stuck in the oil, and while she's stuck in the oil, the player will then again reconstruct the blocks. Then when the timer hits 0, the player has to jump up to the top of the blocks, 𝗜𝗘𝗘𝗧𝗧𝗧 will attack them, player jumps off before 𝗜𝗘𝗘𝗧𝗧𝗧 can get there. 𝗜𝗘𝗘𝗧𝗧𝗧 hits her head against the red dot, and then the whole process just repeats itself. So yeah, that's just my idea of how to like make, you know, the 𝗜𝗘𝗘𝗧𝗧𝗧 like hitting her head against the wall segment a bit more interesting. Okay, you got all of that? Good. Let's move on. Chapter 5! Chapter 6! Chapter 6, y'all. Chapter 6. Ooh, I am getting so fucking tired. Like, this was the teaser, but for some reason, they deleted it. I don't know if they deleted it or it's posted somewhere else. I wouldn't know. I'm banned from the Discord server. All my homies are banned from the Discord server. Yeah, December 20th, the 20th of December. That is when Chapter 6 was released. If I remember correctly, there wasn't a lot of noise for 6. Game Theory did make a video about 5 being a sequel, and that was kind of like intriguing or whatever. But overall, there wasn't that much noise for 6 compared to the other chapters. The people who were just here to troll and dunk on the bros saw the games improving and fucked off. And the people who were just observing the drama just kind of went away. I mean, Garten of Banban still receives hate till this day, obviously, but nowhere near to the levels that it used to. It was just us real Garten of Banban enjoyers left. So 6 wasn't like, even though it was also one of the greater titles from the classic era, which is what I call those games, it didn't really get that much hype. And if it did get hype, well then I wouldn't know, y'all. I wasn't really in the fandom back then. Or was I? I actually don't remember because I'm a fish and my memory just goes like I don't remember there being any hype, at least not on, you know, the same as the other ones. The only thing that I remember was people should I even bring this up? I'm gonna bring it up. Only thing that I remember people saying about 6 was that, oh, Banban's gonna protect bittergiggle from Nab because, and the monsters, because Banban's holding his arm around. That was the only theory I heard. It's the only one I can remember. Well, we arrive at the bottom and Flynn is fucking dead. Oh, thank goodness. He was useless. So guys, we did it. We killed Stinger Flynn.
The thought of what could be happening on the floor above terrifies me. Picture hundreds of angry animals finally escaping, with only one thing capable of giving them peace. And that's to get you and your friends.
Okay, Toadster, no need to be so dramatic.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. We're in big trouble, partner. We can't stay here long. Unless you want to be swallowed whole with sharp teeth making you easier to digest.
Okay, but honestly, if you see these things, you are going to roll your eyes. We leave Stinger to die some more, and then we turn on the lights, and it was just so dramatic. Okay, so we look around for some lights to add to our drone, which this is exactly what I've been saying. This is what I mean when I say it would be cool if we could add stuff to our drone. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen in the series. Like, dog, this is exactly what we want, bro. Like, I love Garten of Banban just the way it is, but moments like this and moments with Zolphius are so good, and I think what makes these moments so deliciously good is the fact that they're few and far between. Like, the whole game isn't horrifying, it's kind of cute. So when we do have these tiny moments that are just like, oh, what the fuck was that? It's just kind of like, okay. Like, it hits harder. Okay, after that we get our stuff, we climb back down. Boom! Banbalena's here.
Mrs. Mason, you seem to have been through a lot.
Wait a minute. Say that again? Miss who? The fuck?
You happen to know anything about someone who tricks others and imprisons them? This dame claims someone kidnapped and imprisoned her for some time, but she managed to escape.
I didn't get a good look at them.
I have a feeling the culprit is incredibly clever and good at what he does, and that he's very handsome.
I didn't say that.
My gut feeling's never wrong.
So you see, this whole scene that just played out is the perfect example. It's the first perfect example of what made Garten of Banban 6 so good to me. The character interactions. Toadster is a really witty guy, but that's not the only thing that struck me about this scene. What struck me was Banbalena saying, the principal would be mad.
I can't teach them without a full attendance list. The principal would be very mad if I did.
Like, but let's put a pin in that. Walking simulator allegations. The Eupho Bros will never beat the walking simulator allegations. Finally, we arrive and wow, this place is so cute. Too bad the puzzle is abysmal. Dog dookie. I love you guys. Ferris, Geppo, I love you guys, but bittergiggle, what the fuck?
I'm not going to hurt you. I've done enough damage as it is. I know it doesn't make up for what I've done and trying to take you down, but I'm sorry. I truly am.
Okay, bro, whatever you say. Like, whatever. Shut the fuck up, comrade! Okay, that puzzle was trash, but what happened next was so friggin' cool that, you know, I forgave them. I forgive you too. I'll always forgive you too, because you know what? I love you.
Don't say a word.
Hello? Anybody in there? It's your friend, Banban. I need your help.
He's out already?
Dude, you didn't even try and sound like him. This character is so fucking good, brothers. That was our introduction to Sir Dadato. Oh, no fucking way, bro. No fucking way. His name is Sir Dadato. How on earth am I supposed to take this guy seriously when his name is Dada Doo Doo? Like, what? Whatever. Back to the game.
On the way back, I'll think of some jokes that might distract the sheriff from obliterating me on sight.
Yeah, whatever. Shut up. Fast forward. Banbalena gets eaten and bittergiggle starts panicking and oh my god, you were here the whole time and you just sat there and watched? You fucking useless ass nigga, bro. This guy is always, this guy, right? This guy. Y'all, we need to kill Stinger Flynn. Okay, potentiality sector, whatever the hell that means. We walking simulator our way over to these clowns and you know, these are my favorite kind of bittergiggles, especially this one. The way this one laughs is so good.
Absolutely no more jokes about being trapped in a kangaroo's pouch.
You've done it again, Euphoric Brothers. You peak. How do they do it? You peak. Yay, Euphoric Brothers. Yay. Okay, so we end up in this room and I really like the decor. I think it's beautiful. I also like the Chekhov's gun Banban sets up.
Look at this place. It seems really familiar, but I'm not sure where I could have ever seen something like this.
Let's just see if it actually pays off later or if the pros are just shitting in my face. Fast forward, I'm dying! Stop right there. Enhance the image. Rewind. Play.
Is that guy over there a friend of yours?
Banban, use your fucking brain. Okay, so we leave those two behind because they suck dick. We play this sort of quick time event and it's awesome, it's tense, I like everything about it, especially when you lose. I really like this, is like my favorite jump scare of them all. Another 10 trillion to the Euphoric Brothers.
Hang on, we need to talk.
Okay, I'm not listening to this, fast forward.
Nab showed up, although I'm not sure if anyone would be happy to hear this.
Why the fuck did he say that? Banban, I might have to kill you. Okay, pay attention to this, guys. I think it's interesting.
He tried some of his usual shenanigans, so I put him in a cage.
This is one of those moments where I can't tell if the Euphoric brothers are secret geniuses or if I'm just or if they just have like dumb luck. Toadster had an empty cell, right? And he managed to capture every single person except Nab-Nab. Now all of a sudden, Banban put Nab-Nab in a cage. Even though Toadster's the trap guy, he couldn't capture Nab-Nab, but Banban could. This is so interesting, but at the same time, I'm not sure if it was done on purpose. Because let me tell you something about the Eupho Bros. They are so weird.
This is all happening because of you. Never convince yourself otherwise.
Dude, shut up and give me the drugs. Finally, we get the 4th dream sequence, which is so fucking good, brothers. I'm having so much fun watching Stinger Flynn shift all the blame onto Banban.
Get back here. This is the wrong bus too.
Older sibling core.
I'm thinking.
No, Nab-Nab, no! I'm not sure how that dream is supposed to make me feel better, but it's okay because bittergiggle lore dumps on us and I'm totally fine with it. Blah 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 blah. I'm not addressing this segment. I'm just going to close my eyes and pretend it never happened. Y'all got any gameplay? We got press a button to press a button to press a button. We meet these two cutie patooties, but we don't help them. Okay, we help ourselves. And then we jump down this hole and somehow survive. And then Banban tries to feed us to this fucking bird. And then,
Bird up, bird up, bird up.
God, I hate that fucking meme. Okay, fast forward. This obstacle course was so fucking good. Yes, more of this, please. So, are you gonna say anything, or...
When I couldn't find the switch on my floor, I headed back. Figured I'd get lost trying to find you.
Gosh, these people are so dramatic. Banban, you walk like a loser.
No! Nab-Nab!
Lol. Look at Nab-Nab's stupid face. He's so cute. So Dadadoo comes in and gives us a hard-ass speech. Then he threatens us, truly the greatest to ever do it. But as a manipulator, he cannot compete with my goat.
You won't be doing any of that. Forget what happened between us before. You know you've always been my friend. But what are friends for if not for times like these?
What? What a manipulative, conniving dictator. Why would he do that to you? Why would he do that to you? Did you fall for it? No! Nab-Nab, lend me your strength. The space Dadadoo we're up against. We run away, then we die. Okay, bittergiggle kills himself, then we die. Wait, Banban also kills himself, then we die. Wait, what am I saying? We don't die, we just leave. The end. Okay, so this chapter is absolute cinema, y'all. Absolute cinema. Which is crazy because at the time, and I remember this so well, I was the only person who liked chapter 6, even till this day, I think. Which I can understand why, where I was too busy being enamored with the character interactions. Everyone else was focused on the gameplay, which is kind of a step down from the previous games, which I do agree that is kind of fair. This is Garten of Banban, the game series, not Garten of Banban, the web series. So fine. 6 was worse than 4. Gameplay wise, but too bad I never gave a damn about what the internet thinks. 6 was by far, at the time, to me, the best Garten of Banban game ever. Ever. Like, I couldn't sleep that night because I felt the shit. From the plot to Dadadoo to the character interactions to the way it ended. I loved everything. I was fed, dude. I wasn't left hungry. There were no crumbs left behind. Unlike a certain other game we're going to address. Everything was just perfect. Banbalina being called Miss Mason, bittergiggle and Dadadoo's final confrontation, Toadster's inadequacy as a protector, Banban and Nab-Nab's drama, Flynn. All of it was so good. Yes. But the puzzles. Oh my god, the puzzles. The room. Oh my gosh, we will be fixing this puzzle because this puzzle, it's enough to make a grown man kill. First, give the player a paper to carry. Change the single buttons per table to switchboards per table. Have bittergiggle say,
I've seen this kind of thing before. RGB lights, that's what they're called. I think that's the order you turn them on in.
That doesn't even sound like bitter. Now all the player needs to do is walk to the red table, turn on the switchboards in order, walk to the green table, turn on all the switchboards there, walk to the blue table, turn on all the switch there. Damn. A little bit of praise though, I do like the part where we use the pole to pry open the door. It's something different from, you know, pressing a button to press a button to press a button to get a card. Baby steps. Baby steps. The boss. I think the boss is fine. Just put some bushes on the ground so that we can see the edge of the safety zone and the danger zone. And don't tell us what to do by writing it on the floor. Just make Banban tell us what to do. If we have to run, just make him say run. Like, you know. Have you ever had to cook with your life on the line? That is how intense the hype for 7 was. That is how the Eupho brothers were thinking when they made this game. They dropped teaser upon teaser upon teaser upon teaser, my guy. Even the teaser trailer was insane. I mean, that's from the official trailer. See, when I first heard this, I stood up and I clapped. Tears running down my face, bro. Because these guys are just so good. I knew that I was going to have the time of my life. Even though the larger internet wasn't paying much attention, the Garten of Banban community was in pieces. And I remember because I was actually in the fandom at this point. Is Banban dead? What the fuck is up with bittergiggle? Is that a fucking alien? You wouldn't get it, bros. You just wouldn't get it. Especially the fact that we only got chapter 7. Oh my gosh, my flashbacks. I'm having PTSD flashbacks. We only got chapter 7 on the 10th of May, 2024. That was the longest we ever had to wait for any Garten of Banban game, not counting the great hiatus of Garten of Banban 8. This what's happening right now is demonic.
I can't do it!
I don't even know how I'm surviving day to day to day. I was on chapter 0 like life support. Okay, I'm done hyping out this game. What actually happens in 7? So we are at the point of no return. We are in deep in this facility. And we start off by watching the survival guide video. We're starting with Nab already. Yeah, peak. This is already a 10. I really wish there were more pre-recorded videos like this sitting on screens and stuff instead of us having to pick up papers and pick up tapes. But we'll talk about that later. Next thing we know, boom! Tamataki and Chamataki just fall down, which means they've been chasing us since the beginning. So far, this is the best start to any of the games by the mile. I was not familiar with your game, Eupho Brothers. After that whole dramatic scene, we jump onto this thingamabob. Once again, the brothers continue to amaze me with the way they designed this facility. Like, what even is this, bruh? Could you not have built a bridge? Nah, this is awesome. Ah! Nabdalita! Oh my god, no! We killed her! I hope she survives. We enter this room and... oh, this is such a cute color. Did you know that my favorite color is pink? Okay, stop writing everything down, please. I beg of you. I can't go on. You need to stop writing things down. Walk in a circle, hanging bodies. Ooh, scary. But realistically, why are these here? Syringe, prepare yourselves, because I'm going to call him Syringe. I'm not calling him Surgeon. Like, that is not how you... that is not how you spell it. Syringe, you're wasting Givanium. So we walk a bit further and then we get kidnapped because we're fucking stupid. This is like our 4th or 5th time passing out at this point. You cannot tell me we haven't been in this facility for like 3 days. But that doesn't even matter because the goat is speaking. Listen and learn.
Do humans ever get easier to look at? The limitations of your bodies disgust me.
This guy, right? This dude is so cool. I love this dude. This character, Syringeon, he is hands down the best character in all of Garten of Banban. You guys don't even understand how the community was acting. Like sick dogs. We wake up and walk out and ooh, okay, I see you. That jump scare, I think it's better than the one that the leech does to us, but I'm not sure. I'll have to reanalyze the clips. But it's 100% definitely one of the best jump scares in like the game. We trap the student, then we manipulate him into becoming a volunteer. Easy. Syringeon shows us this board, and God, Nab, I miss you so much. I love this mechanic. I love this wall idea. It's so creative. This is the kind of out of the box thinking I was expecting from you guys. I knew I could trust you guys. Have faith in the Eupho Bros. We test out this drone, then he sends us out. Blah 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 blah. What? You may be executed. You must bow down. What is this, Nazi Germany? You will live by the above rules and you will be content. You know, the brothers are just too funny. Another 10 trillion to them. Okay, so I know I say that I love everything when it comes to like the decoration, but this city I cannot defend. I think it... Never mind. The racism in the city is so insane. It's probably the best thing I've ever experienced.
Go to the bar and ask around with this photo. They'll have somebody more intelligent than you on the case. Pathetic.
Brother, calm the fuck down. So we can't enter the bar without the new drone mechanic, and wow, this drone is busted. Still a bitchin' ass idea, and I fuck with it, so you know, it's okay if it doesn't work the first couple of times. Then we go to the bar and we meet with, yeah. The way these things stare at you is so creepy. This is so fucking fi. Euphoric brothers, how many more times do I need to suck your dick? This is so good. Okay, finally, so we meet with the boss, and Toadster's the boss. From sheriff to mob boss, that's pretty awesome.
From being the queen's personal bodyguard to some bounty hunter living in an alley. What a humiliating downgrade.
Oh, fast forward.
I don't understand. All I asked you was to go talk to a witness in order for us to find the whereabouts of Jumbo Josh.
I was, but then, you know what? You don't take that tone with me. You don't dare talk to me like that. You don't even know what I've been through. I've been going through a lot right now, okay? And I don't appreciate...
Calm down, or I will have to take legal action. Get toasted!
Okay, bittergiggle dies, rip, and I move on with my life like I gave a rat's ass. Kebab, man!
Kannst du bitte deine Stimme ein wenig senken? Ich bin in einem Anstarrwettbewerb.
German, fake language from fake country. I must study you. Okay, so we move on and we see this bum doing nothing as usual. Useless, bum-ass nigga.
Can't say I'm happy to see you alive and well.
Okay, whatever, Brad, just put me in the dream. We're flying in a plane now, and Stinger just starts yelling, and he's finishing me, Brad. Like, why is he so mad?
I apologize. I'm just tired of all of this.
Tired of what?
Tired of everything. There is no point, man.
Pause. Have you guys noticed that this is the first time we've ever heard Stinger Flynn say Banban in the entire game series? That is fucking crazy.
Maybe you should let the captain fly the plane if this is your mentality. What are you doing?
I am finished with your constant battling.
You know, one thing I respect about Stinger Flynn is that he's always ready to throw down no matter the location. Like, he's ready to squabble. Okay, let's get back to the game. This Flumbo poster is very inconsistent and kind of breaks the lore, but who the fuck cares? Look at this! This is beautiful. Theater is okay, it's just a theater, there's not much to say. Ooh, that rhymes. We run from Uhyeah and her husband and jump into this obvious trap. Banbalina is by far, hands down, the funniest character out of all of these motherfucking things. She doesn't attack us. No, she makes us write a fucking exam. Are you serious? Finally, we make it to that scene that was trending for a bit, like everybody was talking about it. But I'm not gonna talk about it because I don't feel like it. But this scene, I mean like this like puzzle thing, whatever, This was fucking awesome. Like, I was like, damn! Blah, 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 blah. After finishing the puzzles, we scoop up the sludge. Yuck. And Syringeon, the goat, lore dumps on us.
We're out here making history, and all some of us care about is going to a beach.
Ooh, okay, I kind of like that. Syringeon sets up this thing, and then they talk, and then... Nah, actually, I'll just let the scene play. Oh my gosh, look at Joshua's pickle body. That was insane. We wake up in Lost Mode, by the way. That was insane. Cliffhanger, by the way. That was insane. Truly the greatest game of the classic era. Hands down. You know what the best part of this entire game was? The fact that Zolphius was just watching everything like it's a movie. And that was Game 7. So let's start with the good news. I have no critiques. Yippee! But the bad news is, when this first dropped, on the 20th of December 2023, I did not like the game. Yep, that's right. Did not like it. For the longest time, I did not care for Chapter 7. Which was actually so crazy back then because I was the only person who loved Chapter 6 and hated Chapter 7. Like, just making sure I don't fit in. Of course, now that I've allowed it to settle in my tummy and I no longer have the unreasonable hunger I had before, I can confidently say I love Chapter 7 now. Just as much as I love Chapter 6, but at the time, not so much. So then why? What was it about 7 that I didn't exactly like? Man, I didn't like anything about 7. I didn't like the backgrounds, the citizens were cute but got boring quickly, Nab isn't here, the characters don't interact, Toadster barely does anything, Nab isn't here, the theater chase was pointless, Stingerflint was useless, bittergiggle fake died, wasting my fucking time, they aren't enough characters, Dadadoo only came in once, there's no naughty ones chasing us, we have new characters already, and Nab isn't here. Yeah, I was a real hater back then. I hated 7 so much. I didn't even like Garten of Banban anymore. Guys, it was the gutter. Like, I was just... I didn't even want to look at Garten of Banban. Like, it was that serious, y'all. Thank God Garten of Banban 0 pulled me back in. But Garten of Banban 7 was so horrible to me. I didn't want... It was just... It's so silly looking back now, but I do think a couple of the things that I felt disgruntled about were fair. So I'll start this off by defending the brothers yet again, because one of the things that I actually didn't like about Chapter 7 were the new characters, Flumbo and Brashista. Now, I know it's easy to just rush in and make a new character every chapter or so, but you can't do that with every character. Some characters need to be seen, some characters need to be fleshed out, some characters need to be heard. We hadn't even fully adjusted to Slow Celine and what exactly her role in this game would be, and you're already dropping Banban's clone and a whole new character? And this is happening right after we just found out about the nanny. Like, are we ever gonna get back to her, or what's happening? I feel like they were just adding new characters because that was the popular thing to do back then with all those content farms popping off. And I also felt like Bittergiggle's transformation was forced and just didn't really make sense with his character. Now, I was dead wrong for thinking this way, and if you, for some reason, think I had a point, I did not, and let me tell you why. Garten of Banban is the child of the euphoric brothers Ferris and Geppo. It's their game, it's their story. They should be allowed to add as many characters to the game as they want, whenever they want, wherever they want. It's the content farms that are the real problem, because these content farms are poisoning the indie creation scene. It becomes harder and harder for people to gauge what was made out of love and fun versus what was made out of cynical capitalist thinking. I thought they were just adding these new characters and designs because it was the popular thing to do, but honestly, that's an unfair way of thinking. Are they supposed to never make any new characters again just because a bunch of money-hungry tubers beat them to the punch, even though they're the creators? No, and it's just really unfair to the Euphoric brothers. How are they supposed to come up with new ideas that'll keep your heart racing if these content farms keep pumping out these videos all the time like they're breeding animals? So yeah, I no longer view things from that perspective anymore because I think it's totally unfair that the creators have limits placed on them because of something that's completely out of their control. It is their intellectual property, it's their baby, their creation. So the idea that they can't do certain things just because people who don't even care about the series realistically did those things first, nah, that's not it. Okay, so that's the one criticism I had that was just straight wackery, like it was founded in nonsensical thinking. Everything else, I feel I kinda still have a little bit of a point. So we'll start with the obvious one, which is bittergiggle's death. I'm gonna say it, I didn't care that bittergiggle died. Like, come on, we all know it's a hoax. Why the hell did they do this at this point? It's not like it brought us any closer to finding out the secret of where our child might be hidden. So honestly, what was the point? You two, come on, this is ridiculous. I know he's gonna come back to life. He's too popular to die. 2. Dadadoo's story is done already? It took one chapter to defeat these guys just like that? He got released in 6. And then in 7 he's deleted? What the helly? What was the point? That was just way too quick. They might be on the path of correcting this in 8. Like maybe Dadadoo's gonna have a huge role. But honestly, who the fuck knows? These guys are extremely unpredictable. But so far from what I'm seeing, that was kind of fumbled hard. 3. Why? This one is so funny. Why, after 6 games, is Stinger Flynn so fucking useless all the time? This dude does nothing, my guys. Not a single damn thing. And he's lying in a hospital bed like he fucking did something. Nigga, get your ass up. You didn't do anything. Useless ass bum. 4. Remember I said I love 6 more than any other game because of its character interactions. The Eupho Bros saw that and decided to shit on me because there are no character interactions in 7. It's like the complete opposite of 6, where 6 has terrible gameplay, but the character interactions are peak. But 7 has good gameplay, but the character interactions are non-existent. My guys, observe how Sheriff Toadster said he's gonna interrogate Stinger Flynn, and then proceeds to just never fucking interrogate him. Like, Syringeon and Toadster don't even talk on screen. Stinger and Syringeon also don't talk on screen. Banbalina and Namnalina don't acknowledge each other's existence. Like, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Why? What are you doing? What is happening? 5. What the fuck is going on with the city? And I'm being so serious right now. Why is our precious Queen Bouncelia crying about how lonely she is? And then there's literally a whole ass city with thousands of these Givanium creature people, whatever the fucks, right beneath her feet. That doesn't make sense. What is going on? Ferris, Geppo, what the hell are you guys doing? There's like 2 of you guys. Can't one of you guys just turn around and be like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Oh, you have a point. Like, yeah, man, chapter 7 was awesome, but sometimes, But honestly, it doesn't even matter because chapter 0.
I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. Seen your pretty ass soon as you came in the door. I just wanna chill, got a snack for us to.
Now, I'll be real with you guys. I don't really know what the atmosphere or the climate was around 0 because I did not like Garten of Banban anymore. Nope. I hated it. I hated the Euphoric brothers and I hated everyone on Earth. I'm just joking. I didn't hate the bros, but I was not happy with them. Like 7 was just so horrible to me. It ruined Garten of Banban completely. Like I just, And it didn't help that we had to wait 9 months. We had to wait 9 months for chapter 0. That means I was disgruntled for 9 months. Like even when I saw the trailer and I saw baby Nab Nab, nothing could make me excited for this game. My heart was cold.
My heart is cold.
But something I've learned since 7 is to always have faith in the Eupho Bros. So what happens in game 0? Well, we wake up in a beautiful room. The end. Dun, 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 dun. Dun. I'm just joking. Ugh, guys, I'm getting so tired of recapping all these games. I'm exhausted. I feel like, why do I even have to do this? Oh well. Anyway, I love the semblance of an outside, the rise and shine and all of that. The garden does that a lot, where they put like trees and fake plants, and I actually really like it. I think it's cute. Spoiler alert, we're Flumbo.
The new ones are always easy to trick.
Banban! Baby Banban is so cute, but he has cheekbones. What? Oh my god, oh my god. The scanner is so cute. The play area is also really cute, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I've seen them do better. I think it has to do with the lighting, because I've noticed when it comes to areas like Serengion City, Sitingian, or the Kingdom, I don't really like the backgrounds in those areas just because of the lighting.
Listen, new guy. I only speak with those that are exceptionally smart and are as interested in knowledge as I am. You don't look like you even know what your case number is.
Banbalina is an ultra omegalo hater and I fuck with it. We enter this little igloo classroom and play these really cool looking puzzles. The first time I saw this, I was like, what? Okay. But then I was like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it.
Bitch! Motherfucker, right? This is World War VI!
Yordini! After helping that little A girl, we're summoned by this blob looking thing, and we do a little bit of platforming to get up there. This is kind of cool, but it's also like, huh? So what are all these holes for? Did you see that, or am I seeing things? See, this puzzle is interesting because when you open it, it holds Banban's guitar. So like, what did they mean by this? What are they trying to tell us? I cannot decipher the poneglyphs. Okay, so we grab those wheels and we use it to make a boat. We use wheels to make a boat. Okay, then we watch these slimes play One Piece. Yeah, then we give Banbalina her bow and she falls in love with us and we've successfully cucked Banban. The end. No, I'm just joking. I just don't have much to say about the first segment because I like pretty much everything about it. Like, everything is cute and awesome and let's play hide and seek.
All around the cobbler's bench, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought that was so much fun. Pop goes the weasel.
Dang it.
Oh, Banban is so cute. He's just too cute. Alternatively, if you find Banban last, he starts bragging about how he's the best. And it just reminds me of this one meme that's just... After that, we gather around for a second round of hide and seek. And Banban... Okay, you guys need to pay attention to your own script. Banban says the pun, but he says the pun backwards. So it doesn't even make sense. Like, he says no pun intended before saying the pun. Guys, are we dead ass? This is so funny. Sabringion appears and apparently all of a sudden the tone shifts. It's like this dude is a villain or something. I was kind of shocked. I was just like, whoa, what's going on? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, hella dramatic. But anyways, after all that drama, we all go to bed, which is just so weird. This is like, I mean, we just woke up, played hide and seek, time for bed. Okay.
Boo. Did I scare you? I'm practicing so that I'm actually scary when I need to be.
Oh, you'll be scary, brother. You'll be scary. Banban, hold the fucking light still. You know, guys, everything up until here has been pretty cool or whatever, but when are we gonna see Nab? Oh, it's just Truffletooth. Bruh. Honestly, Truffletooth is super cute, but when are we gonna see Nab? No. Now, I know you showed me his design in the trailer. But guys, let's just be fucking serious right now. Nab is so fucking ugly. He looks like a fucking FNAF urinal, bro. Like, Nab Bros. Ah! with your legs? Oh my goodness, Nam Bros, we need to pray. Fast forward. You're all out of friends. Okay, maybe if you stopped impaling people. Fast forward. Oh, wow. Who do we have here? It's Baby Giggle. Yeah, big. I want to show it. Okay, let's untime, I guess. La T 2 T 2 T 2 2 La T 2 T 2 T 2 2 La T 2 T 2 T 2 2 La T 2 2 2. That was a good game. I do know that a lot of people complaining about it, but me personally, I feel like that's a skill issue. This game was fine.
Hello, 6.
What happened to you, 17?
Notice how Baby Giggle greets Banban compared to the way he greets the other two. Why did he do that? What did the brothers mean by this? Okay, fast forward for goodness sake. Let's go. Wait. Okay, just rewind a little bit. Rewind. Stop right there. Whoa, chill. Whoa, what the fuck? Chill. Whoa. Okay, just stop right there. What the hell is going on? Everything's just like... Okay, so the snake thing kills my son, breaches containment. Thank you, Banban. Everything from here onwards is just a fucking movie. We fall down a tunnel, whatever that is. We beat up the beast, then we get imprisoned. And Banban is just the fucking craziest person known to man. Like, why the fuck he gotta do that? But isn't it his fault? This is his father. Yeah, so that has to be the shortest segment out of all these games, but thank God. But it's okay because there isn't really much to say because the whole point of this chapter was just hype moments and aura. And I'm fine with it. I really like it. Actually, fuck it. I love it. I loved everything about this chapter. I love the kitty slice of life. I love the sneaking out past bedtime. I love the Remamba jump scares. I love the random action scenes. I love it when he fall out of his mouth. And I love the really unsettling ending. I just loved everything about this game. Even if I didn't really express it well when I was recapping, this game was so good to me. It's literally what reignited my love for Garten of Banban. It just took the things that I didn't quite like or I felt a little bit upset about from 7 and fixed them. What can I say other than they cooked? Their writing is in fact fire, and I love this chapter. So yeah, I'm not even gonna bother to criticize anything in the game, the gameplay, because like I said, I don't think that was the point. And I feel like criticize why. It was perfect. Although, these two are supposed to be friends, best friends. This changes a couple of things, and this change is a bit more impactful than you would think, but we'll get there. Let's move on to the characters, specifically the character designs. The character designs in oh wait, let me just go change into something more appropriate. I hope you guys like my gobb sauna. I'm supposed to be a thing. Now, it's no secret that character designs are an important aspect of mascot horror, and I feel most video game or, visual storytelling mediums. If you want someone to be interested in whatever it is that you're making without showing them directly what you're making, you would have to depend on character designs, whether this is like a pilot for a show or it's trying to get funding for a game or whatever the hell, or just basic interest in whatever it is that you're making. You would have to create character designs that would want to make people find out more about said character designs. Either it's like, I want to find out why they look like that, or I want to find out this thing's story, or you know what, this thing is cool, I just want to have it. That is a very important aspect of game making. That being said, I feel like the internet had a pretty aggressive reaction to the Garten of Banban designs that isn't always founded in sound reasoning. To put it in simple terms, that was just a fancy way of me saying, some of you guys complain about things for no reason in ways that do not make sense. Let me just ask you guys, real talk. What exactly is it about these designs that makes you so mad? Are you mad because they're like ugly, or are you mad because they're simple? Artists are so fickle and annoying. So it's very interesting when I watch artists like Dogpile and the Eupho Bros saying that they can design way better than them and blah blah blah. Because I know for a fact, if I said your design is shit, this person would burst into tears. If I told you to your face your art is trash, you would burst into tears. So I don't know why people do this. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna go through each character's design and then I'm gonna rate it and I'm gonna like talk about it or whatever in case, you know. Okay, wait, did I really have to explain that? Mr. Kebab Man, 1000 out of 10. 1000 out of 10. Should I have to explain it? No, I don't think so. Jumbo Josh. The famous big green gorilla Jumbo Josh. He was for a time, and a long time if you ask me, the unofficial mascot for Garten of Banban. Now you would think that him usurping Banban's position as main mascot would imply that he's a really well designed character. But oddly, no, he's terrible. From his weird pickle body to his unremarkable face, this dude's design is super bland. I wouldn't blame you if he thought he was from a different mascot horror series, because honestly, I did not know that these were two different games. I'm sorry, Jumbo Josh fans, I really am, but there isn't anything particularly redeemable about Jumbo Josh's design. There isn't anything remarkable about it either, other than his big, meaty claws. Jumbo Josh gets a 2 out of 10, I'm sorry. Next up, Uhyeah, who was also competing for main mascot of the series. You know, just because of the memes. She's pretty iconic and she did carry Garten of Banban in its early stages, but how does her design hold up? Well, I think it's pretty good. I like her interesting shape. It looks like she may have been inspired by a flamingo, I think, based on how she and her husband, Tartar, sleep. I like how she looks like she was based on a coloring book, her 3D model that is. I like the hands painted on her feathers. I like the pastel colors. I like the hands painted on her feathers. It says a lot about her character, about how she isn't a threat to children to the point where they feel comfortable, you know, painting her and stuff. Her bloodshot eyes, of course, indicate that she's still a little bit of a threat, and overall, I think she has a really solid character design. I don't really see any flaws in Uhyeah's design. She's just a straight 8 out of 10. Next up, we have Stinger Flynn. I probably should have said this when I was talking about Uhyeah, but Stinger Flynn has this sort of cheat, or at least I consider it to be a cheat because he's an animal. I feel like if your character is an animal, automatically it starts at 5 points because animals are always interesting. With Flynn, I feel like what makes his design stand out so much is the big, fat eyeball right in the middle of his face and the lack of a soy mouth. When we look at the 3D model of his body, it's very cute and it's very simple, but then you give him this one singular eyeball and it works so well. It's neat, it's clean, it's simple, but it's also like a nice touch. If you gave him 2 or 3 eyeballs, it wouldn't really have worked as well. And what really reinforces this design choice is the scar that runs across his eyeball. It's a small touch that actually goes a long way and brings the player's focal point back to his eyeball, like where our eyes will always naturally drift to the center of his face. I love Stinger Flynn's design. 7 out of 10. Banban. Holy fuck. I can't believe I'm discussing Ban-Goat this early, but it has to be done because Banban is the greatest character design I have ever seen. A solid 9 out of 10 character design. Yes, it's a 9. Yes, it's a 9. I said it's a 9. I feel like Banban's design is so good that he could easily compete with Kirby, Sonic, or Mario in terms of iconicness. His 3D design, of course, his 2D design is buns. He has a nice, striking, solid red color, a simple, memorable face, striking features such as his party hats and his tongue, a recognizable silhouette with his Popeye arms, 3 fingers, and horns, and he's easy to draw, which means he's easy to remember. His design also translates extremely well into other mediums. Thank you, Horror Skunks, for giving us the greatest image of all time. I swear this gif is just Hall of Fame, bro. His design is so perfect and so cohesive that if you were to change one single thing about it, it just wouldn't work as well. I know this. I have modeled this dude 5 million times, and I'm telling you, there is just a certain je ne sais quoi to his design that I don't know how they did it. I don't know what kind of magic, but Banban's design is perfect. Banbaleena is just recolored Banban. But is she really though? Banbaleena is what I mean when I say if you change any little thing about Banban's design, it doesn't quite work the same. Banbaleena has these huge dilated eyes, which on its own isn't really that noticeable, but with the amateurish makeup kind of look, it comes off as creepy. She also has a bow, and she's a white woman. This leaves much to be desired with her design. It's not a bad design. She too has a strong silhouette, and she's got a vaguely humanoid shape, giving off the impression that she might be more trustworthy, but then when you look at her face, you can see that it's not quite all well up there, which is good because she is in fact crazy, but I feel like it just can't compete because we already have someone to compare her design to, and the gap is huge. She's like a 6 out of 10. I'm not sure how to make her design more iconic, but yeah. Moving on. Nab. Ooh, wait, this is my son, okay? But I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try not to be too biased. Another parallel to Banban, Nab, my dearest, the apple of my eye. He has a good design too. His design is on the more scarier side of things, which is like kind of a big deal because Garten of Banban isn't the scariest game in the world. So he does kind of stand out in the sense that he was one of the characters that's supposed to be a little unsettling. His sharp teeth, his huge gaping mouth, and salivating tongue is really distinct, and it is unsettling. But it doesn't just end there. No, in fact, his design is a very good representation of what his role as a character is. He's supposed to be the opposite of Banban. Banban is sturdy and square. Most of it ends in a lot of flats, whereas Nab is wiry and triangular. He ends in a lot of points. Banban's head is square and pointy. Nab's head is triangular and smooth. His pencil-thin legs are also reminiscent of creepy crawlies and their paper-thin legs. All of these factors together make him a really unsettling character compared to Banban's more friendly, warmer appearance, and I think it's a really solid character design. It's almost as if the Eupho Bros care about their characters. Nah, they could never care about their characters. Nab is a 7 out of 10. The sheriff has a big fat smile on his face that makes you want to say teddy bear, except he's a frog. The smile on his face definitely makes him seem more approachable, but I don't really have much to say when it comes to the rest of his body, because once again, he does have a cheat. He's an animal, so it's automatic 5 points, but there isn't much to say outside of that. I will acknowledge the accessories, like the hat and the star, and he's got yellow eyes. I mean, that's different, but I don't know. I don't think there's anything particularly unique about his design, I fear. It's good, but it's not like there, so I'd have to give him a 6 out of 10. QB. Queen Boncelia. Queen Boncelia is... Whoa! Okay, you guys are not gonna like this one. Starting from 5 points, of course, because she's an animal once again. Unfortunately, it just doesn't get any better than that. I'm sorry, y'all. Even though her 2D mural is so cute, her 3D design... She's a purple kangaroo with a crown, I guess. That's pretty much it. There's nothing about her design that visually communicates anything about her character other than her crown. Compared to Opila's body paint or Banbaleena's bad makeup, there isn't anything on her body or her body itself that would like communicate anything about her. Yes, she has a strong silhouette, but that's just because she's a kangaroo. So, you know. I'm just glad that she doesn't have a soy mouth because whoa, you guys need to chill out with all these soy mouths. 5 out of 10. I'm sorry, Quine. Bittergiggle. I don't want to talk about Bittergiggle. I don't want to talk about Bittergiggle. I don't want to talk about Bittergiggle because I fear his fans. Dude, can you shut the fuck up? I fear his fans. Like, okay, but let's talk about him anyways. Bittergiggle's like a 6 out of 10. I'm sorry, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me be. It's just, there are two major problems with him, I feel, and it's the colors and the lines. Why did you guys draw all over his body with a mark? Oh my god, bro, this is crazy. This is crazy. It looks so horrible and I hate it so much. Then two, the colors. The colors were okay in the beginning, but once I saw the other bitters, I felt like they just had way better colors, bro. Like, why did we get the dookie one? What? All the other Bittergiggles have way nicer color combinations. I was like, ah man, you're ruining it. Look at my lips, you're ruining it. But I will say he does have a unique silhouette compared to every fucking buddy else except for the goat Banban. And I do like the finger snake and I like his frying pan hand. What the hell? Okay, fuck it. I'll bump it up to a 7. Let's bump it up to a 7. Okay, yeah. Bittergiggle's a 7 out of 10. Syringeon. Syringe goat. Wow. Wow. This is beautiful. This is art. This is art. Uniquely shaped head. Visible rib cage. Multiple arms attached with tools. Pink. My favorite color. 9 out of 10 character design. 9 out of 10 character design. Sir Dadadoo. Sir Dadadoo. Why did you name him that? How can I take this back? Sir Dadadoo. Ah, dude. Okay. I feel like this is the Queen Bouncilia situation all over again. His design, other than the tie, doesn't really speak to me. It doesn't speak to anyone, I feel. The tie tells us that this dude is on some serious bitterness, but then after that, now what? You know what I'm saying? I really feel like maybe the only way you could have elevated his design is if you gave him some scars or if you gave him more purple. He had purple lips in his 2D mural art, but for some reason they took them away. Is this like the opposite of a twink death where like you're a drag queen and then drag queen death? I don't know. I just feel like, why did they do that? Like, why did they do that? I'm sorry, guys. Sir Dadadoo is a 4 out of 10. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's just the facts of life. Zolphius. It's just a circle with a long tube looking thing and a bunch of holes punctured through it. And it's bitchin', bro. It's bitchin'. 7 out of 10. It was close to being a 9 out of 10. I had to control myself. I felt like I was being biased. It is a 7 out of 10. But, ooh, it's pushing 9 out of 10 territory. Alright, y'all, let's speed this up because I do not have all day. Captain Fiddle's 1 out of 10. Trash, I'm sorry. Truffle Toot, 8 out of 10. Adorable. Tamataki and Chamataki, 6 out of 10. But when they wear their hard hats, they become a 7.5 out of 10. Kittysaurus, she's a 3. I'm sorry. I am sorry. My heart is in pain, but she's a 3. Navnilina, unfortunately, she's a 6. My Shayla. Tartar Bird, 7 out of 10. Awesome colors. Flumbo, 7 out of 10. Technically, he's cheating because he's using Banban's model. Ramamba. You think you fucking know a damn thing about designing characters and then boom, Ramamba drops. Hands down, the greatest design in all of Garten of Banban. And I mean all of Garten of Banban. That is Ramamba. 10 out of 10 design. Their design, beautiful. It's so beautiful, I don't even know if the Eupho Bros came up with it. It is just that gorgeous. Ramamba is the perfect level of unsettling, while still looking like they belong in universe. Their ram head mixed with their worm body emphasizes the abomination that this creature represents, and their giant head, in contrast to their slender body, brings your focal point to their face, meaning that you're gonna look at that nasty look almost like 90% of the time, which is good. They also have these Givanium stained teeth, which hold the implication that they may have chomped on a couple of the other cases in the past. It is just a perfect, fabulous, peak design. 10 out of 10. What more can I say? What more can I say? So yeah, that's all I have to say about the character designs. But what about the character personalities?
Brayden, what is this?
Skibbity! Thank Jesus you found him. He's the only real friend I have left.
Why is it sticky?
I'm gonna plead the fifth on that, Mr. Belding.
What's this hole in the bottom?
Behold the skibushy.
What kind of crack cocaine did you guys put in these characters? They are too much. They are too much. Full disclosure, I'm going to talk about the characters from the order of least important, like least information, to pending, to like the most well-written or the most important. So in the category of minor event characters, we have Brashista. At the time the script, oh my god, I didn't rate Brashista's design. Okay, well, we haven't really seen her 3D version, so I can't do it anyways. Brashista, at the time the script was written, we knew next to nothing about this anteater. What little we do know about them is that they're good friends with bittergiggle at least, and they write screenplays. That's cool. Truffletoot is a cute baby mushroom from chapter 0. He's friends with everyone but especially baby Banban. We don't know what happened to him after chapter 0, and they aren't any like clues that I've seen so far. He doesn't even appear in the game missing Banban. But my theory is that he turned hellish and he's somewhere deep in the facility, you know, being all fucked up and shit. Remember is a goat, worm, snake, hybrid looking thing. They're the boss in 0. They have a killer ass design, but that's pretty much all we know about them. But I do have a theory that relates to them. Chamataki and Tamataki. They're just a two-headed freak, Toadster's words, not mine, whose purpose was something construction related. I say this because in his mural, he wears a hard hat, but in the game, his hat is lost. I'm assuming that he lost his hard hat, then bumped his head, and has lost his mind. That's why he's going crazy and attacking us and attacking the others, and oh my gosh, my Shayla. Kittysaurus. Kittysaurus is a mix between a cat's top half and a dog's bottom half. She looks so chopped, chibbity chop. But I love her anyway. She's so cute. She's close with bittergiggle, and her purpose in the garden isn't clear, but I'm assuming she was just supposed to be like a cool like pet thing for the kids to like look at. I don't know. Captain Fiddles. The captain was there the day the ball pit collapsed. In fact, he also somehow went crazy. I didn't know that. This is so unexpected because according to the notes, he's one of the more docile, like monster, creature, animal, whatever the fucks. He's missing alongside the rest of the kids, so that's interesting. But he doesn't play a major role in the overall story, I think. The naughty ones. The naughty ones are the love children between Sir Dadadoo and Queen Bouncelia. You could probably see this by looking at their designs because as far as I remember, leeches do not have ears. Their roles was just to assist Dadadoo in being the main antagonist of Garten of Banban 6. The Givanium citizens and the blobs. The blobs and the people are made of Givanium. They're pretty dumb because they have no brains and they have unyielding loyalty to Syringion. I feel like there's a difference. Okay, this is theory territory, but I feel like there's a difference between these blobs and these blobs, but we will talk about that later. Nabnalina. Yeah, can I get a nothing burger with a side of no happening sauce and some extra wasting my time fries? Yeah, I'm sorry, my girl, I love Nabnalina, but the love is fake and delusional. We know nothing about her, bro. We don't know. All we know is that Nabnalina was made to keep Nab company, and that's pretty much it. We never, like they're killing me. Opila / Tartar, because it's like, why the fuck not? They're birds. Oh my word, I don't know what exactly I'm supposed to say about these two. The idea is that their purpose is to protect the kids, but like, how? Maybe that's not even the whole thing. Maybe I just, thought that was their purpose. I don't even remember where I got that from. I just don't really, I'm not sure what their purpose is, but they're birds and they're cool. So fuck it, my nigga, it doesn't matter. Kebab Man, the GOAT. He's like a Banban stand-in, but like for anything ever. He's a convenient prop. You can use him to scare a bird, to fight a boss, to make a friend, to conduct a train. Truly, he is the greatest to ever have been conceived. Major event characters. Finally, we can talk about niggas that matter. Okay, Jumbo Josh. Jumbo Joshua, Jumbosaurus, Joshua Taurus. Who is this guy? I don't know. I seriously have no idea what he's supposed to do with the garden. He's supposed to be strong, but I don't know. What he does do is Jumbo Josh comes in. He disrespects Banban. He disrespects Stinger. He disrespects Dadadoo. He's always the winner. Yeah, I know. I heard it too. This dude comes in and he comes in for one thing only, and it's just squabbling. It seems like once JJ steps onto the scene, it's reps for whoever his current opponent is at the moment. Honestly, even though I put Josh in the major characters section, he doesn't really play a plot-heavy role in the story. He's more of a plot device. He comes in, one-shots, and then leaves until we need him again. The most relevant thing lore-wise that was ever involved with JJ is the clay tape, what? And the obvious red herring, but otherwise not much is going on with him. Me, personally, I don't really have any issues with this. I think it's fine. I don't think every single character needs to have a larger-than-life narrative or role. They can just be a thing and do one thing and then do that one thing well. Queen 𝗠𝗠𝗟𝗡. Queen 𝗠𝗠𝗟𝗡 is the queen of her kingdom because we all know kindergartens have big-ass kingdoms. This is like kindergarten 101. Come on guys, we all know this. Her purpose is to show kids what will happen when they misbehave. She'll shove them in her pouch and suffocate them to death. She's super sweet, and she's super cute, and she's super dead, and it's super awesome. Okay, I'm joking. It's actually left in the air if she managed to survive the naughty one's escape. I think she did, because it has been stated that she has trapped cases in her pouch before, so I have no reason to believe that she's actually dead. Queen 𝗠𝗠𝗟𝗡's story is that she was created to show kids what would happen to them if they misbehaved. Unfortunately, in an ironic twist of events, she and her gang started misbehaving and doing stuff like having sex and creating weapons of mass destruction. Typical British monarch things. Okay, so the facility eventually gets fed up with her acting crazy, and the final straw for them was when she, alongside her gang, tried staging a coup, and they decommissioned her from the program because of that. But not before giving her an ultimatum. It's either they destroy them all, or she traps Dadadoo and her found family in her pouch, never to be seen again. Dude, what the fuck? Yes, the illusion of free will. I think her story is a very simple idea, but it's ripe for development. The idea that someone seemingly as kind and gentle as 𝗠𝗠𝗟𝗡 had to make such a heartless and cold decision and a little bit of a wicked choice is so good, brothers. Unfortunately, we only see her once, then she fucking dies. Dadadoo. Sir Dadadoo is the guy who was trapped in his ex-wife's pouch for God knows how long. I suspect since even before Zero, he's been in that pouch. Sir Dadadoo, dude, these names. Sir Dadadoo isn't that compelling compared to Queen 𝗠𝗠𝗟𝗡, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, but it's not for bad reasons, right? Dadadoo was presumably said to be the original principal of the Garten in one of the earlier generations of these guys. It's also implied that this whole revolution thing was his idea, not that it was Syringion's, it all came for him. Not that it was Queen 𝗠𝗠𝗟𝗡's, it was him. He's been described as a charismatic leader with a dream. That's cool. That's awesome. I feel like What makes him fall short is that we never really see glimpses or hints of his better side prior to his downfall. Don't take this the wrong way. Believe you me, Sir Dadadoo is a compelling villain, and I sure do love his voice. His motive is so tough, bro, and I can't wait to see more of him in the future. But since I said I've only ever seen him in villain mode, I'm not as compelled with his story as I am to the Queen, because the Queen is a nice person who did a wicked thing, you know? So it's just kind of like, oh shit. Oh my gosh, I hope I'm making sense. I feel like this is so difficult to explain. Banbaleena. Banbaleena, oh my god, I'm sorry. Banbaleena, where are you, girl? The lore is calling. Banbaleena is the perfect example of a character who was fumbled like nobody's business. Take a look at my girl. They fumbled her to bejesus and back. Okay, her character wasn't completely fumbled. There's still time. We still have time to fix her. Her whole thing is that she's supposed to be the Garten's one and only teacher. What the hell kind of establishment are we running here? She's supposed to be the female counterpart to Banban and his wife or something. We actually do not know. They don't want to tell us. I don't know why they refuse to just like, what's going on over here? She's really one-track minded and only thinks about teaching her students knowledge and education. She's always been like this, which is so kawaii. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I just keep saying that, stuck in my head. But seriously, I love how dedicated and loyal she is to her shtick. I think it adds to her charm rather than takes away. It doesn't feel phony to me, like she actually seems mentally insane. You would think that her only talking about one thing over and over and over again would make her character fall flat, but to me, it kind of makes her character a bit more funny and also extremely charming. So where did they go wrong? Brother? She is the fucking main female and third most important character in the lore, and she hasn't even interacted with Banban once. What is this? What on earth is the plan here? What I'm saying is, you have a funny, interesting character who's been here since day one, and I still don't even know if she likes Banban romantically or he's like a brother to her. What's happening? Because they don't even speak, bro. And lore-wise, it was like, oh, she's Miss Mason. Okay, what about that? No, nothing. Slow Celine. I bet there's someone out there wondering why Slow Celine is in the major characters category instead of the minor characters category, when she does fuck all in almost every single chapter except 0. Well, my friend, she could see the future. Sheriff Toadster. Sheriff Toadster is hands down one of the best written characters in Garten of Banban. Hands down. No objection, no differing opinions. What I'm saying is fact and totally not up for debate. Sheriff Toadster is the second character whose story the Eupho Bros handled so well from start till now. He's the sheriff, security guard, and main protector of the Garten. That's what he's all about. He guards and protects, and damn, he sucks so bad at it. Well, JK, don't slaughter me. Don't 1, 2, 3 slaughter me, street. His introduction was so clean though, and a very good example of what his purpose in the Garten is. He captures people. He was built to capture people, and his prowess is shown to us not once, not twice, but 3 times. But for some fucked up reason, he can't catch that fuck ass clown. Something fishy's going on here. I don't believe. Anyway, Sheriff Toadster's arc was that he was once a part of the main family, but he took his capturing people shit way too seriously. And if you weren't a part of the main family, he'd arrest you. So you can see how this would have been a problem. So they got fed up with him and they tossed him out like he was trash. Literally. Like, I thought he was saying that figuratively, but no, apparently literally they just throw them down in the abyss. This is so funny. After that, he was found by the Queen and Bittergiggle, and see, I'm not sure what the official name for this trope is called, but the sheriff is a hero who couldn't save his friends when they needed him the most. He couldn't do the one thing that he was made to do when it actually mattered. The person who gave him purpose is dead because he couldn't protect her. Not only that, but his best friend also dies because he couldn't protect him. This is an amazing story, Euphoric Brothers. It's so good. This guy's downfall arc is so well written. I'm getting a headache, so let's just move on. Okay, what if I told you that 80% of the reason I almost didn't make this entire video, I'm talking the whole thing, was just because of bittergiggle. The truth is, I do not care for bittergiggle. Now, before you guys crucify me, chop my arms and legs off and throw me into the ocean, I can explain. He ain't all that. Okay. I'm joking. Okay. He's a good oak. Okay. He's a good dude, a fine compadre, and a decent character. But I just do not get the hype. I don't get it. Bittergiggle is supposed to be the queen's jester, and he was made to make her and children laugh. That is his purpose. He's a clown. Where it gets interesting is that since QB is supposed to be holding her pouch shut at all times, she cannot laugh, not even once. So bittergiggle is essentially useless, and he can't do the one thing he was literally made to do. Interesting, but there's more. Since he's forced to hold in all his jokes, he ends up going crazy, and he went through a manic phase where he decides that he must tell a joke at all costs. The kingdom be damned. And that is why bittergiggle is the way that he is. Wow. So what happens next? Well, he tells the joke, and then he gets post-joke clarity, and then he feels bad, and then he commits suicide? Huh? And then he comes back? Huh? And then he goes crazy, and then he dies. Huh? The end. Bittergiggle is consistently written from start to finish, and there are no flaws in his character, and his story is very interesting. But I don't know why his character exploded in popularity. I mean, the answer is obvious. It's because of voice acting, but I mean, realistically, I'm not sure what it was that made his character go boom. The only reason I'm even bringing up the fact that he's super popular is because I'm worried about how the Eupho Bros are going to react to his popularity. But we will talk about that later, because now we're going to talk about we're going to talk about Stinger Flynn. Would you believe me if I told you I wrote this entire section and completely forgot about Stinger Flynn until a week ago? That's right. That is how useless he is. This guy This guy is useless. Stinger Flynn is a jellyfish whose purpose is... We do not know. He usually just mopes around about having a brain, and... yep. That's all he does. I mean, he does... Okay, let me try and be fair to Stinger Flynn. Stinger Flynn is supposed to be the how do I say that word? Deuteragonist of the story. He's also Banban's main rival, but not rival in the sense that he wants to be the principal of the garden. Rival in the sense that they just keep arguing like we're supposed to give a damn. And he's also the only person that we know of who knows the location of the children, and Lord help me, I don't even want to talk about it. He was the guy who picked up the kids and delivered them to safety. And that's pretty much what I'm gonna say about Stinger, because everything else is just like everything that happens in the game. Kinda like bittergiggle. But with Stinger, unlike bittergiggle, who actually got up off his ass and decided to go and get a dinosaur and fight a sheriff and make the queen laugh, what steps has Stinger taken to achieve his goal? Brother, fuck all. Who knows? All he did was get his ass blasted by JJ, get caught by Sheriff Toaster, and sit on his ass and complain all day. Like, what the hell-y? Stinger as a character doesn't make sense. He's just as inconsequential to the plot as Captain Fiddles. You could erase him, and the only thing that would change is that we wouldn't get dreams and Banban doesn't chase us. That's a problem. That's a huge problem because, like I said, Stinger is the deuteragonist of the story. Not Bittergiggle, not Toadster, not even Banbalina, not even Nab-Nab. It's Stinger Flynn, and yet he has no influence over the plot in any meaningful way. I mean, fuck, brah. He doesn't even know where the kids are anymore. Like, dude, that was your one thing. That was your one thing that you knew where the kids are. Now he doesn't? Oh my god. This character. This dude is washed. And still, I love him so much. Yeah, I know. I keep slandering him, but that's exactly why I love Stinger Flynn. He's such a horrible... He's such a horrible character. He is trash. And yet, I love him. I love him, and I love his stupid dreams. I love Stinger. I hope he continues to be useless. Okay, this one's gonna be a bit different from the others. Full disclosure, in case you haven't already noticed, Nab-Nab is my favorite character. He isn't the best written character, but he's my favorite character. In fact, the list goes like Nab-Nab, and there's a huge gap, and then it's like Banban, and it's Syringeon, and it's like Sheriff Toadster. Yeah. So Nab-Nab is my favorite character, but even I can acknowledge that Nab-Nab as a character is in a very unique position compared to the others. Nab-Nab's entire character hinges on Banban. Completely. If Banban and Nab-Nab didn't have the unique relationship that they do, he would be on the same level as Jumbo Josh in terms of relevance. Nab-Nab's purpose is, who the fuck knows? To be a loser? We don't fucking know.
Because the character that you are playing as is weaker and more stupid than a beetle. So the premise of this game is you play as a starving little gremlin that can't even catch a beetle doing slave labor for orcs in hell, and nobody likes you because you're a little slimy rat bastard and everyone hits you and calls you names the whole game.
All we know is that he sucks and everybody hates him. But unlike the others, this doesn't really impact his characterization, oddly enough. Nab-Nab doesn't have any goals of killing everyone who wronged him or even making new friends. He just wants to kill the player and then go back to the pits of hell and cry himself to sleep. It was Banban's goal to make him less lonely, not Nab-Nab's. Even the whole interacting with other characters, that just never happens. He only bugs Banban. His entire character hinges on Banban, and if there's no Banban, there's no Nab-Nab. Simple as. But the question is if that's a bad thing. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's great. Yup. I think it works extremely well for Nab-Nab's position as a character. He's supposed to be Banban's opposite. They were always going to be connected. So it's not a bad thing that you can't really have one without the other, because that's kind of the theme of their characters. Even with that being said though, I don't think it's completely sunshine and rainbows. I do think there are problems with the way Nab-Nab is characterized. Nab-Nab as an individual is described as violent, stupid, and ugly, unwanted and shunned. So how about showing me all that stuff that you said? Listen, telling me that Nab-Nab has always been a nice person and that he's a misunderstood character just because he's ugly as bitch sin is totally fine by me, and of course it adds to like fleshing out his character. But how about showing me the part where he's misunderstood? I have yet to see that. All I see is selfless act, trolling. Banban throws shade and Toadster throws shade, and then the brothers call it a day. Like they're like, okay, job well done, high five. But that's not good enough. When are you gonna show me like someone else being mean to him, or people like ignoring him, or him doing something and then the characters misinterpret it as something like mean or something, and then he's just treated like shit? Because so far the only person who treats him like shit is Banban, but that's not fair because they already have a situation going on. That's not how I wanted to describe it. I meant to say, you look at the mural and Nab Nab is shunned from the main family. Why? When? How? Why? If he's such a good person, then why? How? When? You have to show it to me. What can I say about Flumbo? Nothing, because he's a nothing burger. For now. I know the community loves their Flumbo, so I felt like I had no choice but to put him in the video. But realistically, we don't know anything about Flumbo. I don't even know if he's actually a nice person, or it's just because he was a child. And what kind of child isn't gonna be like a decent human being? You get what I'm saying? But just so you know, there's nothing about Flumbo. Just like Brashista, there's nothing about Flumbo. I only put him here for clickbait. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, the red devil himself, Banban. Dude, if you see what I've written about Banban, you'll collapse and you will die. So let me just try and keep it together. What can I say about Banban except for the fact that he's the greatest character? Banban is a bad boy. A very, very bad boy. He's the main mascot of the garden, and his purpose is to be the principal of the garden. Banban's goal throughout the story has been to help us retrieve and save the children that Stinger Flynn kidnapped. The odd thing about Banban is that he doesn't know exactly who he is. Everyone calls him Banban, but he swears on his life that he is Dr. Uthman Adam. Or at least that's how he sees himself in the mirror. Now pause. I started this off by saying Banban is the second best written character in all of Garten of Banban. But what if I told you I didn't always feel this way? Yeah, I used to not like Banban. Like, at all. I thought he was bland and flat. And no, it's not because of Geppo's flat voice. I love Geppo's voice. Actually, I thought his voice was the most interesting thing about him. See, in the beginning of the story, it seemed like the Eupho Bros had a rough idea of what they wanted the story to be about, but they hadn't fully put the pieces together on how they wanted the story to turn out or how they wanted it to end. So over time, it's very obvious that they may have changed their ideas on a couple of things. So, because of those small, unexpected changes, here's what I thought was going on with the story. Uthman is a scientist who wanted to create his own child because he's infertile. So he joined this program under the guise of creating a garden full of mascots. Eventually, they needed a head mascot and he was picked as the donor, making Banban inherit all of his traits from the get-go. So now Banban's just a walking clone of Uthman, and everything Banban does is what Uthman himself would have done. So essentially, it's the same as Uthman swapping bodies with his creation. Do you see the problem here? Banban isn't a character, he's just Uthman made of clay. That's really boring. So for the longest time, I wasn't particularly interested in Banban because there was no Banban. There was just Uthman, but red. That was until Chapter 0 dropped. Yes, guys, the Chapter 0 glaze must go on because it is so impactful. If there's one thing that the Eupho Bros are really good at doing, it's flipping everything on its head and subverting your expectations. I mean, their writing is just too good sometimes. They were so close, and I mean so close, to fumbling Banban's character. I'm talking, they were right on the edge, but they actually managed to save it in the end. What Chapter 0 did was change my entire perspective on Banban. Everything Banban has ever done, every choice, every decision was something Banban would have done, regardless of if he thought he was Uthman or not. This is how he's always been. This is how he'll always be, because that's how he was born. And that is, say it with me, y'all, so good. I'm so impressed. I am so impressed because I actually had zero faith. I really thought Banban was gonna be so I had no faith. But believe it or not, that isn't the only smart decision that the brothers made with Banban's character. I'm finally gonna address the big fat Geppo in the room. Banban's voice. Now, I can tell when someone is wasting my time based on whether they think Banban should get a new voice actor or he should keep the current voice actor. In case you didn't notice, probably because you weren't paying attention, Banban is a manipulator. How is him having a deadpan voice a bad thing? Banban's voice is very calm and monotone, and it kind of sometimes comes off as tone deaf. It's also, as I've said before, very wobbly and wavery, making him come off as harmless. All these factors together makes him come off as innocuous and trustworthy. So when he manipulates you, it's just that more potent. I would have never known that this guy is violent and he's a liar and he's selfish just by listening to him. See what I'm saying? So now let me ask you all, why should we change Banban's voice? To what? Why? You guys claim to want something different from the norm, and then you dunk on everything that makes Garten of Banban unique. Like, I don't understand. What is wrong with you people? While we're on the topic of voice acting, I would like to nominate myself as the pebble that the player almost steps on. Like, hit me up on Twitter. We can make magic. Anyways, let's move on. Syringeon, the greatest character in all of Garten of Banban. Whether you like him or not, there's nothing you can do about it because he's number 1. I'm talking 10 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10. Another 80 gazillion to the Eupho Bros. This dude is what I call an active character. But before I get ahead of myself, like I like to do, let me tell you what his purpose is. Syringeon ain't no punk ass bitch. Syringeon was made during what I'm assuming is the first wave of cases or second wave or whatever, and his purpose was to assist the scientists with creating, managing, and capturing the future cases. This is because his arms are attached with vital equipment and he would, like he said, never tire. Obviously, after witnessing how humans would treat the cases as second-class entities or like second-class citizens, he colluded with Dadadu on overthrowing the facility. They failed, and he returned to the humans. At some point in the midst of all this chaos, he managed to make his own subcases and created Satingian, presumably behind the queen's back, because what the hell else could have happened? And he's been doing fuck all ever since. Except when he stopped Dadadu's entire invasion, and it only took him like 1 afternoon. He is literally that guy. He is him. He is the goat. That's why he's the goat. That's why he's the goat. Okay, I said Syringeon is an active character, and that's because everything Syringeon does has an effect on the story. He created the scepter. He divulged information on how to create subcases, which created the naughty ones. He saved Banban from being killed. He gave Banban the idea to kill Flumbo. He captures Nab-Nab. He created Satingian. He stopped Dadadu's invasion. It was all him. Oh my fuck, bruv. There's nothing I can say about Syringe except for the fact that he is perfection. He's compelling. It's fun when he's around. He's got a past, so there's more to learn about him. He's got a unique voice. He doesn't have a boring, stereotypical German scientist accent. Lord, free me from the shackles of the internet's tropes. Free me! Free me! He just does everything right. There are no inconsistencies with his character. His motives are solid, and he's just a cool dude. So yeah, those are all the characters covered, except for 2. There's 2 characters I didn't cover. That's Zolphius and the nanny. And that's because we don't know. But maybe if we could consult the lore, maybe we'll figure out what's going on with these 2. Dude, these guys are shitting on me. There are 2 kinds of lore categories to me. There's a story and then there's the lore. So the story would be what takes place in each game entry, essentially what we're witnessing ourselves when we play the game. Whereas lore, to me, is the hidden story or background of the in-game universe. So that's like the history of the facility, the garden, and the characters themselves. Now in terms of both, there isn't a lot, but there is a lot. Like, there's content, but there's no context. So let's start with the easier of the 2, the story. You play... Wow, I should have put this at the beginning of the video. I am so trash. I'm so trash. You play as a supposed parent, possibly a mother, looking for your lost child in this garden, who was possibly kidnapped by Stinger Flynn. I say possibly like he's a fucking child kidnapper. He did it. It was him. And on your journey to look for your lost child, you spend your time getting involved with monster interpersonal drama, pressing buttons, and playing Leapfrog. Yes, Parent of the Year award goes to you. You're playing Leapfrog. Your child is dead. Along the way, you occasionally pick up notes left behind from either workers of the facility, Uthman and Mason, or from your supposed child. It's never confirmed if this is like actually your kid or you're just picking up notes from like a random kid. But I think it would be really funny if it was never your child to begin with. So yeah, I think that's the whole story. Wait, what was I saying? Actually, yeah, I think I recapped the whole story. What? That was easy. Okay, so I don't like this story. I think I've already said this in a previous segment, but Garten of Banban is at its best when it focuses on the characters themselves and only uses the humans as plot devices. Let's compare and contrast to FNAF, I guess. Oh my gosh, free the mascot horror community from FNAF, free them! FNAF has always been about the humans. Freddy and gang have never been at the forefront of the story. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy never had personalities up until like recently. And I'm talking like Pizzeria Sim. With Garten of Banban on the other hand, the characters have built-in personalities that corresponds with their purpose. All of this is to say, I don't give a fuck about the player character, or their struggle, or their stupid kid. I only care about Banban, I only care about Dada Doo Doo. I only care about Syringeon, Banbalina, Bouncilia, Bittergiggle, the entire circus. They're all I care about, so I don't really care if this kid is dead. I especially do not care to find them. So now it's like we're playing this game, and everything we do in the game and every side quest and adventure we go on with these characters in the game doesn't really bring us closer to our child. It's kind of like we're goofing around most of the time. But then on the flip side, this is where the problem begins. When the game does remind me that I'm supposed to be looking for my kid, I get annoyed. Because remember, I don't fucking care. I only care about these goobers. So when I'm with them, they aren't really helping me find my kid faster. So I feel like, what the hell am I doing? But then if I try and find my kid, I'm not happy about it because I don't give a fuck about that kid. I'm not attached to that. I don't even know their name, right? Do you see what I mean when I say it's a little bit disjointed? Where it's like, find child, hang out with Banban. Find child, hang out with Banban. Ooh, I really want to hang out with Banban. Now, if the player character were in a less time-sensitive situation, this would have literally solved all these problems. If we were an investigator or a reporter or whatever, we could stick around the mascots and go on crazy adventures with them, and it wouldn't even matter because that's the whole reason we came here to begin with. You see what I'm saying? That's what I mean when I say I don't really like the story. It's not because the story is bad or whatever, not even because I think I've heard it before. It's just because of how restrictive the characters' actions now become, which now restricts what the brothers are allowed to do. So I'm hoping that in future, when they make the prequel like I've been asking, they make the main character, the player character or whatever, a character that can actually go around and goof around and not have any time sensitive situations, so that whenever we're goofing around the characters, it's chill, because that's the whole reason we're here. Okay, so the main story sucks, but what about the hidden lore? What's up with that? You know, mascot horror, it's gotta have lore hat, lore shirt, all of that. Well, I don't know. I have read almost every single note and almost every single report, and I've watched those fuck-ass tapes, and I've watched the secrets, and I don't know. Forgive me, Euphoric Brothers. Like, I could use the wiki to gauge the full story, but do you know what nonsensical things are happening on that website? I'm begging you guys to fix the wiki. I mean, can we just take a look at Banban's trivia section? Throughout games 1 to 7, Banban's true love interest is shown to... I'm sorry. I just keep thinking about, like, who wrote this? Banban's true love interest is shown to be a character named Chase, who we are yet to see. And then, like, someone in the comments is like, who the fuck is Chase? So yeah, we cannot trust that place. It's not to be trusted. It's a bit difficult for me to get my thoughts together and explain the lore because I never did this before. I'm not Mad Pat, and also the lore is in shambles. Pieces even. So what I did is I made a loose timeline so I can touch on the lore in a more orderly manner, because if I try and put the pieces together right before your eyes, you're gonna see mental illness. So let's not do that. This is my theory on the Garten of Banban timeline. And do not change the timeline just because I'm correct. If I say something and it's correct, you better keep it like that. Sometime in the distant past, Givanium is found and mined. A research company is founded to study the hidden properties of this new element. However, gaining funding is hard if people can't see how your research benefits society. So this company makes a deal with its shareholders to create a kindergarten that will be run by child-friendly creatures, a child's paradise, if you will. The company brings on many qualified scientists and doctors to work on this project, two of them being Weaverly Mason and Adam Uthman. Uthman has erectile dysfunction, and he is also infertile. Obviously, as we now know, this plan was impossible from the get-go, and the first batch of cases, we'll call them Gen 0, were failures. Firstly, Givanium is not a good replacement for blood and leaves the subject in a state of constant agony as detailed here and here. Secondly, because too many genome donors were inserted in each subject, they suffered from a genome cloy event. That's when too many genomes are inserted to a subject until only one dominant genome takes over, leaving the subject permanently animalistic and wild with absolutely no place in a kindergarten. This could be a possible explanation for Chamataki and Tamataki's erratic behavior as well as Ramamba's aggressive behaviors. So what the facility does is they scrap, not kill, the first batch of cases, Gen 0, and try again. This new batch of cases is Gen 1, and they are the first cases with human genome donors. That's QB, Dadadu, and Syringion. I'm assuming they're Gen 1 because Dadadu was said to be the principal originally, not Banban. But for whatever reason, the cases felt like they were being treated unfairly. So with the help of Syringion's knowledge on GV-based bodies, they create their little army. This plan failed, and the queen made the painful decision to banish her makeshift family into the depths of her pouch. This incident is what caused a lack of trust between the scientists and cases, and as punishment, both QB and Syringion were banished to the lower levels. However, since Syringion's so valuable, and because he can be assigned to the harder and more dangerous tasks, he was brought back under new conditions. Now, the facility, still recovering from this new loss in cases, proceeds on with Gen 2. This is Banban, Banbalina, Nab, Sheriff Toadster, Bittergiggle, Brashista, Kittysaur, Slow Celine, and Truffletooth. This time, Syringion and the facility are hell-bent on creating the perfect mascots for this facility. And if Syringion can actually deliver on this promise, they may start to see him as an equal and show him some respect and give him a bit more freedom. Obviously, this is only a lie to keep him cooperative, but he doesn't know that yet. These new cases are much easier to handle than the previous cases because they aren't fully grown, starting out as mere blobs, and are being cautiously groomed into their future roles. But in this garden, nothing ever goes as planned. The future head mascot, Banban, is troublesome. He's too rebellious and independent, so to remedy this disobedience, the scientists create a new GV solution, a newly modified Givanium solution engineered to lower the functions of self-thinking in any case. Obviously, this is what ends up causing Banban's hellish form to manifest, and this is the final strike before the scientists decide to decommission Banban and replace him with a new guy, Flumbo. Syringeon, feeling threatened by how easy it is for humans to cast away GV-based life forms and feeling enraged by his hard work being thrown out so casually, crafts a new plan to eliminate Flumbo using one of the unstable cases from Gen 0. Although things don't go according to plan, they're still successful and manage to convince the facility that Ramamba had something to do with Flumbo's demise. Syringeon then seizes this opportunity to suggest giving Banban a human genome donor so he would adopt more agreeable traits that'll make it easier for him to be controlled, as well as manage his hellish side. The facility agrees, and the surgery is scheduled for some time in the future. In the meantime, the cases are set to undergo a hibernation or hypersleep in order for their bodies to grow. Meanwhile, the constant chaos and lack of progress on any suitable cases brings the attention of the higher-ups. They demand that by the next quarter, the scientists present them with at least 10 suitable cases, or it's lights off on this whole operation. This puts a lot of stress on Weaverly, Adam, and their team. So while the other cases are baking their hypersleep chambers, the scientists begin development on Gen 3. Gen 3 are cases who were never juvenile and came out fully grown, since the scientists were running out of time. Stinger Flynn, Nabnalina, Opila, Tartar, Captain Fiddles, and Jumbo Josh are possibly the subjects that make up this generation. But wait a minute, remember when I said Uthman is infertile? Uthman has erectile dysfunction, and he is also infertile. So what he did was he used this opportunity to create a case of his very own. This case was supposed to act as his child, along with Weaverly. But remember, since these new cases are supposed to be fully grown, the child ends up growing too fast, and they're having a difficult time figuring out what to do. So they plan on booking it as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Meanwhile, Banban and the others have just woken up from their hypersleep, and off the bat, Banban thinks he's him. Banban thinks he's Uthman. Okay, then from here on out, it's just problems. The ball pit happens, the game begins, blah, blah, blah. We were all there. So, about this timeline that I've constructed, am I confident in it? No, not really. There are a lot of inconsistencies, like for example, bittergiggle and Toadster were present at the rebellion, which means the rebellion took place after they were already fully grown, not before. And another thing that I didn't touch on is Banbalina was created specifically because Banban was being uncooperative, right? Not because she was made to live, I don't know. And I also took some creative liberties, like it's never explicitly stated who was created when and who Syringeon's genome donor is. But this is the best way I could put the pieces together, since the Eupho Bros have in fact retconned a lot of things, making it difficult to figure out, okay, what matters, what doesn't matter. Obviously, this lack of foresight is most exemplified when we look at Banban and Nabnab's relationship. Banban thinking he's Uthman was supposed to be how he was created from the start. Hence why he's so aggressive with Nabnab, because he thinks he's a scientist, not a fellow case. But then that plot was retconned in 6 when Banban says they've always been friends. So now it's as if Banban lost his memory instead of being born with an identity crisis, which recontextualizes everything he's ever done up until this point. But then suddenly he remembers that they're friends, even though he's supposed to be having memory loss. So now it just looks like he was purposefully being a dick, because he kind of knew the whole time that Nabnab was his friend. So now the audience is left kind of wondering, did Banban always remember Nabnab and he was just being a dick? Or did he actually genuinely forget and he just remembered in that moment because of the stress? Or should we just disregard everything that happened before 6? Because some of it, maybe even most of it's been retconned. Like, what exactly are we supposed to do here? That's what I meant way back when I said this childhood friends plot is much more impactful than you would think. But hold on just a minute, hold on. There's something I noticed going through all these notes. Guys, did you know that Banban is a liar? Look at the scene. He's lying. He's lying. Guys, he's literally lying. This scene right here, he's lying. Banban said that everyone was being mean to him and avoiding him and ignoring him, when it clearly states right here that Banban was the one who was being hostile towards them and ignoring them, not the other way around. And I believed him. I really did believe Banban. Oh my gosh. I actually believed that they were treating him like shit when this dude was lying to my face. That is my goat. That right there, this man right here, he is my goat. My goat. Banban is such a great manipulator. Like, this shit means something to me, man. He is so well done. And I feel like some of this stuff is unintentional, but they need to keep it because it is so good. Like, I'm being so serious. If I was with Banban in real life, I would have believed everything he said. That is my goat right there. Moving on. A couple of other things I didn't mention because they didn't fit in the timeline, and because I'm running out of time, is how Slow Celine might know where the kids are because she was never notified. There was this message that was like, around for a bit. That's from Sir Dadadu. This note might have been written by Syringion. Syringion has the same room as Slow Celine. Givanium proliferation. Like, if you know anything about cell division, it's either A, this is just a picture that explains how the naughty ones came to be, or someone in the garden has cancer and these shit ass types, which I don't even want to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it. Just look at this nonsense. These tapes are a huge waste of my time, and I am coming to kill you, Ferris and Geppo. I'm coming to your house to kill you. Like, why didn't you just put some good lore in there for the one time, instead of wasting my fucking time and making me read all these papers? You could have just put the lore in a video, but you refused. Don't sleep at night. Let's move on. What do I have to do? Oh yeah, questions. I have questions. One of the reasons I don't like most, maybe most, Garten of Banban video essays is because they never ask the brothers questions about the story. Like, how are we gonna help them if we don't ask them questions? I don't know, y'all. I really don't know. Questions like, why does Banban make an announcement if the ball pit has already collapsed? Why did Banban say, I get the perfect specimen? Like, what was he talking about? Specimen for what? Flynn has a suspicious spot on his head. Is that ever gonna be important, or are we just gonna ignore it? What was up with that cake? Why did they create Nab-Nab to begin with? Why is Nab-Nab an outcast? How exactly is Nab-Nab supposed to be one of the most valuable cases? Why is Nab-Nab in Stinger's dreams if he's an outcast? What do Stinger Flynn's dreams mean? Are Stinger Flynn's dreams supposed to have meaning? What is the point of some of these characters? Why do the notes make it seem as if the sheriff was thrown out to be killed, but then later on, the scientists gave him an ultimatum? That is so confusing because I thought he was thrown after the rebellion, not before. So did they throw him out to kill him? Or they didn't? What's going on over here? Why isn't bittergiggle suitable for presentation? Why is Zolphius a secret if he's painted on the walls? Is Zolphius important to Stinger Flynn? Why is he the only one at the beach? If Zolphius is important, how come Banban was the only one to acknowledge him in the game? Why doesn't Stinger ever say anything to Zolphius? You useless bum. Will Banban ever bring up that garden room again? What exactly were these tapes for? Why are you guys shitting on me? Will I ever get to play that pebble or what? Here's something interesting for you. Banban and Banbaleena have never interacted in the games. Why? And I'm not counting Zero. Even though she literally says, the principal will get mad at me if I'm late. The principal. Banban. Banban will get mad at her. Why? If Banban thinks he's Uthman, why does he remember Flumbo? What vital information was Stinger Flynn made aware of? Who is Stinger Flynn working with to keep the kids? Why was bittergiggle in Chapter 0? Why was bittergiggle in Chapter 0? Remember when I said the only reason I'm even bringing up the fact that he's super popular is because I'm worried about how the Eupho Bros are going to react to his popularity. This is what I was talking about. Why is bittergiggle in Chapter 0 if he adds nothing to the story? The point of Chapter 0 was to lay the groundwork for the future Garten of Banban chapters, more specifically 8. There was a limited set of slots, so the brothers were picky with who they added. That's probably why we don't see Jumbo Josh, Uhyeah, or literally anyone else. However, that does leave the question, why would you waste a slot on a character that has nothing to do with the ongoing lore? Let's look at bittergiggle as a character one more time. He was a jester robbed of his purpose. He went mad and killed the queen. He realized the error of his ways and sought redemption. In the end, he was killed, but at least he was forgiven by his best friend. How does any of this relate to the current plot? It doesn't. It's a side plot, which is fine, but it's still a side plot. Bittergiggle has no stakes that are related to the grander plot. His character is done. Think about it. He was never a part of the main family. He has no relation to the missing kids. He has no beef or deep history with any of the main characters aside from Toadster. And he already completed his goal and has turned over a new leaf. His character is done. Compared to the others, Sheriff Toadster was a part of the main family for quite some time, long enough to know how to trap each of his friends. Even knowing bowling pins would calm Banbaleena down. Syringeon at some point was basically in charge of running the program. He knows everything about everyone. Dadadoo has beef with all the characters after they betrayed him, which includes Syringeon, an active character. Stinger Flynn was involved with smuggling the children and wants to escape the garden. Captain Fiddles is missing alongside the children, and Nab is the main character's best friend. All these characters have some sort of link or importance to the main plot that justifies their presence on screen or whatever. Bittergiggle, however, has no ties to the main plot. His story is done. So why did they waste a slot on him? It's because he's popular. Think about it. What does each character do for the lore in Zero? Banbaleena and Banban's relationship gets some much needed expansion. Okay. Slow Selene's powers are explained and she's set up for the future. Okay. Syringeon's past is also explained. Okay. Flumbo is set up. Okay. Bittergiggle is dead. Deader than dead. What shoes he got on in them coffins? So why is Bittergiggle here instead of Sheriff Toadster? You know, the guy who's a part of the main family, the guy who's still alive, the guy who's still undergoing character development, Banban's ex-bodyguard. Yeah, that guy. Where is he? Dudes, and I'm talking to the two of you. Why isn't Sheriff Toadster in Zero? Look, my main gripe with Giggle isn't that he's in Zero. No. It's the slot that he takes up. He gets a mini game dedicated to him, and even a secret message goes to him. When you could have had him be what Nab is to Banban, just to tag along. Nab walks in, presses a button, and then he dies. That's it. That's all he does, and it's fine. Bittergiggle could have been the same thing. Baby Toadster should have been the one with the secret and the one in the chair. Then Bittergiggle could have run in at the last minute to try and save him, but we've already saved him. They would have had an exchange, then we go and step on the buttons. Nab gets eaten. Baby Toadster goes, "I'll save you," runs after him. Bittergiggle makes a joke, runs after Toadster, and then the rest just continues as it is. Simple. Now we can have Bittergiggle in the game and Sheriff Toadster's character expanded upon because he's the one currently undergoing a character arc. And also he's not dead. So that's why I'm just asking, why was Bittergiggle in Chapter 0? Or rather, maybe I should just ask, why isn't Toadster in Chapter 0? Are you paying attention to your story? Or are you paying attention to what's poppin'? I've been holding that in for so long. Finally, we are at the end of the video, y'all. Woo! You're needed. Oh, I thought I was never gonna finish this video. When I tell you, I became suicidal. Like, I'd wake up and I'd be like, why the hell am I doing this? So now that I've said everything and reflected on everything and delved into the lore and a bit of theorizing myself, gave up on Garten of Banban, came back to Garten of Banban, what are my final thoughts on Garten of Banban? As a game, who gave a fuck? Come on, y'all, let's be real. But as an experience, it is an 8 out of 10. Truly, gobb is so good when you ain't got a bitch in your ear. I'm not gonna lie, this whole video kind of comes off as like, am I the only one who understands the complexities of the cinematically ambitious masterpiece? This game isn't stupid! You're stupid! Like, the irony isn't lost on me that I might be glazing mid, but it's mid in your mind. If you open your heart, then you'll see that it's peak. You get what I'm saying? Like, everybody should just calm down, breathe in, breathe out, chillax, and just play some Garten of Banban, because I'm telling you, you will become a different person. If someone was too lazy to watch this video and they asked me, what do you like about Garten of Banban? I tell them to watch the fucking video, but then, you know, let's say that they're gonna die in like 10 seconds, so I don't really have a choice. I would tell them, man, I like everything about Garten of Banban. From the way it calls itself Garten of Banban 1, Garten of Banban 2, 3, 4, instead of chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, to the way Banban can't walk without breaking his neck, to the way they're always shit-talking my son. The button sound, the doors, Banbalina, the buttons, whatever this is, the characters, Stinger Flynn, whatever this is, the dreams, the environment, this thing. Yuck. Look at it. It's so pathetic. I love this thing. I love everything about Garten of Banban because why? Why not? I made this video because I was getting fed up with people who don't like the series making videos about the series, or people that just kind of have like a mild it's okay making videos about it. I just wanted a video made by someone who isn't like a full-blown like, no, it's perfect and there's nothing wrong with it. Like, I can see the flaws, but the flaws don't make it any less deserving of love, bro. Love the series. Love the series. Love the series. Yes, it's not perfect. Yes, it's an acquired taste. Yes, I did criticize them too. Yes, that's all true, but there is worth in this game series. It has value. And I'm mainly talking about series 1 through 7 and 0, of course. I'm not just talking about the new era that's about to come next. Yes, every single game deserves to be loved, including 1, because without 1, we wouldn't have gotten everything that came after it. So even after watching this video, if you still can't really find it in yourself to like Garten of Banban, then the least you could do for me is give the Euphoric brothers some respect. They're really trying their best, and they do love this game series, even if people keep on claiming that they don't. And at the end of the day, they're only human just like you and just like me. So please, be kinder to them and be kinder to the series. Thank you if you watched this video from start to finish and you didn't skip anything. Please like the video. I should have said this throughout the video. Like the video. Like the video. You don't have to subscribe. You just have to like the video.